How chaotic it's been this morning. My goodness. I'm now seeing on Boston 25 that we're going to get live video again. So maybe we're not going to just have an audio feed. I don't know what to expect at this point in time. Rumors are flying about what is going on. Jurors have been being called up to be questioned. I've heard that both it's because somebody was outside the courtroom dressed as a solo cup, and because there are rumors that jurors went to the waterfall and were doing outside investigations. One of those things is really bad, and one of them is not. The red solo cup thing, if that's the case, they'd just be asking the jurors, did you see it? Is that going to affect your view of the evidence or your ability to be fair and impartial? And the jurors are going to say, of course not, because we're not children. And that would be that. But, sometimes you do have to make a record of this type of thing. And you have to dot the I's and cross the T's. However, if it is something more serious, like a juror was being reported, went to the waterfall, that could be bad. That could be quite bad, because if it is related to outside investigation, that is misconduct. That's clearly contained in that instruction that the judge has given the jurors every single day. The reminder at the beginning every single time. If you've been able to follow that, you didn't do any of that. It's not that jurors aren't necessarily allowed to go to the waterfall just to eat their lunch, although it would be incredibly bad judgment if they did. You need to just stay away from these locations, because you can't help but observe things around you that are not what you're seeing in court. And so the concern in that type of situation would be, well, was anything shared with the other jurors? It becomes a question of taint. If somebody did something bad, can the rest of the panel be saved? Or is it a situation where the cat's out of the bag now, and there's too much outside information that potentially has infected the rest of the jury? If that's the case, then you're in mistrial territory. So no idea. Like I said, these are rumors. No idea what any of this is about. We're just trying to get oriented to what we could be dealing with as possibilities. Could be something very innocuous, but could be something quite serious. My understanding is that they've called up four jurors. That to me would tend to discount the solo cup thing, because you would think if it's the solo cup thing, all of the jurors would have seen it when they left, unless they staggered their leave times or something. I don't know. But if it's just a limited number, that tends to indicate a little bit more of a limited problem. So just kind of hard to say. What we could be dealing with. She could, give us, and I would hope, give us some kind of clarification on the record. What's been going on this morning? We'd all like to know. Don't know if they will. But you would think, just as a matter of explaining the delay, not just to us, the public, but also any other jurors who haven't been here for this. If it's only 4 that have been called up, the rest of them are waiting. They don't know why they're waiting. They don't know what's going on. She might just give one of those little innocuous instructions. Sometimes the parties, the jurors, the court and the attorneys, they have to do things privately behind the scenes or whatever. And that, you're not to consider, you're not to worry yourselves about what's going on. Possible that's all we're going to get. This is basically, what I'm seeing is that, there's been rumors about a video of jurors being there at the waterfall, and if that's the case, that's not good. That's not good. So, still waiting for the feed to pick back up, but sure did want to be ready. Don't want to miss a thing on this one, and you just got to be agile, I guess. Got to be quick on your feet. This is what happens in court. Things come up. You don't know that they're going to happen, and you got to just roll with it. And you're not necessarily prepared for it, but it is what it is, and you get what you get. So I'm going to have to pop out real quick, guys, and then pop back in because I am having a little bit of an issue here. Oh, wait, no, I think I just fixed it. I wasn't able to get into the chat, but now I am. So I'm just waiting for whoever to go back live, and then I'll go ahead and get the screen share back up, but they're still just apparently in recess, or no, back at sidebar. I don't know. It's hard to tell what's going on. But we just have the the blank screen that they're getting ready to resume. So does sound like we're going to get the video back. Maybe that was just a temporary, hard line to deal with the fact of that juror getting caught on the camera. Realized perhaps on reflection that it wasn't really the camera guy's fault. It wasn't their fault. They weren't trying to do that. No indication that they were trying to do that. They were just, caught by surprise. You got them at the wrong time, with their Zoom, or with their. I mean, it's not the Zoom; it's the opposite. They've got it pulled out. So, hi. Folks are saying the Zoom feed is up, but I don't have the Zoom access. I was looking for that, couldn't find it, don't know where to find it. So if anybody can drop a link for the Zoom, I'd be happy to pull that up, and we could work with that instead. But for now, I am not. Folks are saying Emily is getting the feed. Let me look her up. Let's see what she's got.
Good morning.
This is her. Nope. No. Okay, we got audio now.
On 7 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Oh my God, the sound is terrible.
Good morning, jurors. I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you those 3 questions. Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with
I
me?
can't even hear this.
Thank you. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing
Recording of this webinar is prohibited.
Or investigation into this case?
Well, here we
Yes or
are.
nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So you'll see that there's a juror who is not with us at this point. There are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. Okay, and we will move on. All right, your first witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Jessica Hyde to the stand.
I can hardly hear this, so I'm going to have to turn my volume up. And I'm hoping it doesn't cause bad echo, because I hate wearing headphones.
Right this way. Watch your step, please.
So if it does, just tell me, and I'll put them on if I have to.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you.
So they got rid of a juror, not telling us why. We'll probably find out after court today.
You're ready.
Ma'am, if you want, that microphone is adjustable. You can put it pretty much anywhere you're comfortable with, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
Jessica
And
Hyde.
what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital
She's a
forensics examiner.
Celebrite.
I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI College of Technology. However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
God, this poor
When
person.
was it
Yes, that
you
angle.
received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
This is exactly
And
what
where
I
did you
thought.
begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for
If
a company
anybody
called
gets
American Systems,
upset
working
on
at
the
the
stand,
Terrorist Explosive Device
That's what it's going to
Analytical
look
Center
like.
called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I worked there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
From there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then what did you, no, I'm sorry, let me start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to this?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms in their graduate program. I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012, and I will ascend to, I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, And I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics. And I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means or what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
And so you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's
Kill
work.
us with the resume.
Correct. I performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
And with reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regards to your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I do perform digital forensic analysis on cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3.
Even if the defense offered a stipulation, they don't have to accept it. They can want to impress the jurors
country, and Hexordia also
with the resume
that training.
and say, no, I'm not accepting your stipulation. I'm going to put on
journals,
all of this testimony anyway.
A combination of
so we don't know
casework,
what's happening behind the scenes with that.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could turn your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
Tully, huh?
Eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
2023.
As far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at 2 specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regard to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked
How long to die in
find
cold?
some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you essentially received reports from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those two reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do?
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used.
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data, so it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to ARTX, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting a forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
And if I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as the SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase ite, And SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now, once you received the extraction, made the copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been used at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were two searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your, starting, if you could, sort of walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, I'll just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of these search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, et cetera. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Hoslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine.
You can say Hoslong.
That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Is that when the tab goes inactive?
Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data, before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc, of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data, and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food, and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, et cetera, as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file, and so that wall file is going to contain both the data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you close the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
Okay. So she didn't delete it, but she still did it at 227?
It's been deleted specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file. That's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct, and I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach just briefly?
Sure.
Now we have to go to sidebar. This has not really been the best expert from my perspective. It's very confusing what she's told us. I don't know anything about coding. I pulled up some of those comments from some of you in the chat who know a lot more about what she's talking about than I do. But it sounds like we went through a long explanation to get to the conclusion that Jen McCabe did not delete the search for Hosselong to die in cold. The deletion happened automatically when the tab was closed. But she also seems to be saying Safari was open at the time of the extraction. So is that when the tab closed? At the time of the extraction? But what would that have to do with the time of the Google search at 2:27? We haven't heard anything about 2:27 yet. Yeah, with technical knowledge, that's probably good. Without technical knowledge, I
Ms. Hyde, you
didn't
would use the term
find it great.
earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
More publishing stuff that doesn't seem like it's in evidence.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report?
We're not going to be able to see it.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be
there we go.
A laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
Except,
I do.
except no.
So using that laser pointer, if you could.
Nice try, clerk, but that ain't going to work.
Jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that is timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of this search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc., if that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOS long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hunkamok Sports. Hakmok. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hakmok Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in CacheDB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating in all likeliness that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the,
Can I stop you?
yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food? Based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 6:23, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the Knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 6:24, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the Knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAL files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of toward the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading at 2:27:40 in the morning as far as the timestamp associated with the search. Why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see, that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Bad question, let me rephrase. So as far as the 2:27 tab is closed and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
Okay, I think I get it.
2:27 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 2:27 timestamp and the 6:23 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 2:27, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 6:24, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 2:27 when the Hawkmock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine. Now, if I could ask you at this point, as you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact. Mm-hmm. If you could remind the jury of what that is, and if you could explain that at this point.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab, and that's because if you look at the end of the file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database, it was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So That's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at Table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is Table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the latest form that you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to depicted in Table 2 up on the screen.
So Table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really understand Table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the History DB wall file, and that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, and the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want, and in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs, and it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the Browser State DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last viewed time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. Okay? That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function, or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari plist, and this one actually tells us, the date here gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
And what does it tell us?
Ask you if you could just explain to the jury, as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work, and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log or the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application, and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking, your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, How do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now,
Okay.
as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Celebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Celebrite extraction, is there, what, if any, further analysis do you do to sort of look behind it?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Celebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the wall file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the wall file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. I also it doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the wall file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the wall file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a wall file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the wall file itself doesn't mean deletion. But there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Ma'am, thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to take in everything she says without commenting much, because it's a lot fast.
Yes, this is figure 1. This is a direct screen capture from Sanderson's tool, from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that radio pointer, again, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This, and more importantly, are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB.
And I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turning your attention back to figure 1. What, if anything, else of significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to the, or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis there?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried.
Sorry, objection.
Yes. Okay.
So what she's saying is that the 227 comes from a specific type of data in the phone that is relating to a process of how the tabs are managed. She's saying there are separate databases that contain the search terms and like the event of a search taking place, and that the 227 number does not come from those databases. So her explanation is it's related to these tabs and how the tab information gets updated, which is not until the tab is closed, at which point it then records apparently the last search term, but seemingly backdates it to this time when the tab was used. So I find that confusing. I don't really understand how and why that would be. But that is her testimony. And so she's saying that in the search databases, the 227 doesn't show up.
Testing that you had conducted, use the term we. Are there other individuals that worked on this particular assignment?
I had somebody peer review and test my testing. So they didn't work on the case, but as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that you...
I conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically, I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. I just continue as far as your testing.
Absolutely. Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken and the changes that happened. What I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we change the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps and those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic, forensic extractions, forensic investigator,
Yes,
as well as working also in research and development. Is that correct?
correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand
Reverse
how
engineering
things work. I think it actually gives me
makes
a
my
better
hackles rise a bit.
understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both Trooper Garino's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th based on the artifact recovered from browser state DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the browser state DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that, that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone is, a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die and cold, HOS, long to die and cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking for?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, I mean,
Your Honor, may we approach?
this is clearly helpful to the Commonwealth, right? Her interpretation of what all this data means. She is saying the search term didn't take place at 2:27. The only reason it appears like that is because of how the database stores information, and this was not a search data database. This is a tab activity database. So that is clearly helpful to the Commonwealth. The problem is that I don't know enough to know if that's legit or not. And I can pretty much assume we're going to have a defense expert that is also going to be telling us about a lot of this same stuff and what they did and what they looked at. The reason why I said reverse engineering raises my hackles, I totally understand reverse engineering is great for understanding systems. It's an important part of just engineering in general. But it's really terrible with cases, with forensic stuff, because reverse engineering suggests to me, how do you get to a certain conclusion? Can we go through and reach a certain conclusion? Okay, weird. Based on, different pathways. And that's not, that's not following the evidence. That is seeking out justification for a conclusion. That's why reverse engineering raises my hackles in this type of context. Might be perfectly legit in some ways. But to me, hearing that I went out and fiddled with a jailbroken phone to try to figure out, can I recreate this phenomenon that I want to see where a search term, is done later, but creates an artifact with an earlier timestamp. That is troubling to me from a forensic standpoint. That is the kind of following the things in the wrong direction. But, that's just my gut reaction as the non-engineer, non-cell phone forensic person over here. So the bottom line for me is, okay, they clearly have a theory that is helpful to the Commonwealth here, that if true means Jen McCabe did not search Hoslong to die in cold at 2:27. She searched it at 6:23 or 6:24 in the morning. And we already have her explanation that it was in the back of the car with Karen Reed, that Karen Reed demanded that she make this Google search. But the problem is that in and of itself is already inconsistent. We haven't seen her in the car. All of this is on dash cam. We don't see them in the car at the same time. Carrie Roberts is describing other parts of the same conversation that Jen McCabe is relating, but it's all taking place outside of the patrol car. She doesn't, nothing about this hypothermia and Google it and whatnot, but just the praying together, which was part of Jen's timeline as well. What was going on in the back of the car. So, still kind of some issues here. I mean, whether this lady is right or not, this expert is right or not. Okay, it didn't happen at 2:27. If it happened at 2:27, no question, that's bad. I mean, that's bad. You shouldn't have even been thinking about that. It shouldn't have even crossed your mind. But doing it at 6:23 isn't necessarily great either. It's just that if it's after she found him, then it's a little bit more understandable why you might have that type of question, trying to figure out, is he going to survive this? Is he going to be able to be revived? Makes a little bit more sense to me. It's just that her explanation for, Karen made me do it. Don't know that I buy that. Don't know that I buy the Karen made me do it. But if she did it on her own at 6:23 after they've already found him and, they've been trying to resuscitate him, and I think he's probably in the ambulance and possibly gone by this point, I don't know that I really have a problem with doing that search at that time. So I definitely see why the defense wants to get the timeline nailed down at 2:27, because that's damning. That's damning. There's no reason to be searching it at that time. 6:23 still a little bit more understandable. So very technical explanation from this expert. It was very hard to follow. I tend to, I think, be pretty good at this stuff. Being able to track what the witness is doing and get my notes down and things like that. But she just talked so fast. She used so many technical terms, and she would sometimes stop and give common sense types of analogies, everyday types of analogies, using the server and the menu and stuff like that, or you know, entering a contact, taking your ex's contact out of your phone. Those types of things are helpful, but there's just so much jumping back and forth between the analogies and the technical language that it just becomes hard to follow what she's talking about. So I consider myself pretty good at being able to track this type of thing. I don't know if the jury was able to track any of this. I don't know if the jury was able to track any of that. I mean, she gave him the bottom line, so it may just come down to, does the jury think that her presentation was credible? She didn't have to stop and like think about it very much. Obviously, it rolled off the tongue pretty quickly. She's not like struggling or having to make things up or whatever. She's clearly got it sorted out in her mind with how she communicates it. Her style of communicating it does come across very confident, very clear. She's figured it out. She's sorted it. So maybe that will be enough. I don't know. I like to know how people get somewhere. You know, you can tell me it's raining outside, but I want to know, well, why do you think that? You know, what's your justification for that? Because sometimes, you know, people are just guessing. Sometimes people are assuming. And she just made it very difficult, I think, to follow her course of reasoning to get to this particular conclusion. I'm not saying it's wrong at all. I'm just saying it's hard to follow. So we can expect the defense is going to have an answer to this. I mean, it's strange. Once again, we're doing pre-buttal, right? She's rebutting the defense expert before the defense expert even gets on the stand. Like, she reviewed his report. Her whole thing is arising out of his initial report. So yeah, I got to assume he's now gotten her report and he's going to have an opportunity to respond to that and say whether it was, you know, different, whether his conclusions are different from hers or whatever, you know, poke holes in her reasoning if he thinks it's there. Can't imagine they'll call him if all he was going to say is, oops, yeah, you know what? She's right. She's right. That was a particular kind of artifact and this is what that could mean, you know, and it wasn't in those other databases. If that's the case, then they probably wouldn't call him. So if they call him, then it's probably because he disagrees with her. So I'm going to have to wait and find out why, you know, going to have to wait and find out why. I don't have a problem with the conclusion that she didn't delete the search either. I'm not even entirely sure how you would, you know, delete a Google search like she's pointing out. You can go in and erase your browser history. You know, that's not all that complicated, but I wouldn't even begin to know how to go into Google and delete a search. And I'm not really convinced that her husband, being an IT guy, is necessarily going to know that either. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in IT. To me, it seems like there's a whole lot of different areas, you know, that involves. Does that mean programming? Does that mean like network stuff? Does that mean security stuff? Like, it just, I don't know. So clearly helpful to the Commonwealth, but as far as what weight are we to give it? Don't know. If Jen McCabe didn't search Hosslong to dying cold at 2:27 a.m., does that prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car? No. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So we're still waiting for that. Still waiting for the medical examiner. Still waiting for the crash reconstructionists to put those pieces together for us. If we're getting the best is last stuff, if that's our theory here, the Commonwealth has held the really good things for last. I would have expected this to be towards the end, right? This is a strong part of their theory. No, Jen McCabe did not search Hosslong to dying cold at 2:27 in the morning. She searched it at 6:23 after they already knew John had been found in the cold. Of course, it's natural for somebody to wonder, you know, is he going to die? How long would it take? How long would he have to be out there? You can spin that one both ways, right? You can spin that one from both ways. If he's been out there since 12:30, versus he's only been out there for maybe a couple hours. Which one might you be more inclined to wonder? How long would it take? Can see a couple different ways to look at that. But, you know, I would expect that to be lumped in with the stuff that's good for the Commonwealth, right? We already know the voicemails, they're going to be good for the Commonwealth, at least to the extent they're going to show Karen angry at John, saying angry things to John, which frankly, at this point, I don't know how much it's going to add. I mean, we'll see when we see it, but we already know she thought he wasn't very nice to her. Right? He told somebody that she told somebody that I think it was Paul. It might have been Camerano. Told one of them that, you know, and that was kind of their complaint. Carrie Roberts, you know, she's a babysitter with benefits, according to Jen McCabe. This is what Carrie's saying. So, you know, and then the whole, you know, what we heard about in Aruba. She was pissed in Aruba. Well, I don't necessarily blame her. I might be kind of pissed in Aruba too if my boyfriend just pissed off to get drunk all day, ditch me with the kids for New Year's. Yeah, I might be I might have some things to say about that, you know, whether he is in fact getting a little handsy with a little hottie in the elevator there or not. Might be a little annoyed about that. So it's kind of cumulative at this point. You know, we already get it. We already know that. But we don't know what's in the voice messages. I don't know. This seems to me like it would be stronger than that, but maybe that's just me. And then the medical examiner with the undetermined finding, how strong can that be? I mean, really, how strong can that be? There's some reason why she didn't adopt Buchanan and Proctor's theory. I mean, now we know from the text messages, Proctor and Buchanan both contacted her, gave her photos, gave her information, right? They filled her in on the other stuff that they found, the timeline, presumably their theory. Some part of it she couldn't buy. So I got to think we're going to find out what that is. No injuries below the neck? Maybe a little bit of a problem? Maybe it's the time frame. No way he would have survived out there for 6 hours with a brain fracture, lying in the snow in whatever the temperature was. Now I've seen that it was 18 with wind chill. Without the wind chill, it would be in the, you know, low 20s, whatever that was that I saw. 18 with wind chill. That's pretty cold. That is pretty cold. Just barely starting to get frostbite. I remember that from one of those firefighter EMT's testimony, that the whiteness was like the precursor to frostbite. Seems like you'd get a lot more frostbite. I don't know. I guess you got to know the temps. When I think of frostbite, I always think of Beck Weathers, man. Beck Weathers, oof. Oh, into thin air. Man. This was, it was quite a read for me. They made a movie out of it too, a documentary. It was about, I forget what year it was on Everest, 90, 95, 96, very deadly year on Everest. And John Krakauer was the author, was on this climb and documented it. Anyway, Beck Weathers was this guy from Texas, who was on the trek and coming down, a storm comes up, all these people, you know, get off track. He ends up off track and essentially falls asleep in the snow. He miraculously wakes up, survives, is able to like get back to camp. Kind of crazy how that happened, but his frostbite was so bad, you know, he lost his nose, lost a bunch of fingers, lost toes, things like that. But the reason I remember is because he went through a reconstruction on his nose, and you know how they do that? They attach the live tissue to like your arm, you know, something that's living, so it'll feed it blood and keep it alive and stuff until it can be transplanted onto your face. And so that's what they did to him. They got this like he had you know an extra nose. It was disturbing, disturbing and alarming. It's always what I think of with frostbite. But yeah, you would expect frostbite, wouldn't you? Out there without any jacket, no hat, no gloves, nothing to keep that cold and that wind off for 6 hours, and you're only just barely starting to get frostbite. So maybe this is why the medical examiner couldn't go with the homicide. She just couldn't buy their theory. I don't know. So that doesn't seem strong. It seems like a strange thing to be holding to the end if the theory is going to be, you know, Commonwealth has saved the good stuff for last here. The car's reconstruction, not entirely clear what they did, or really if what they did was what we would conventionally consider a reconstruction. I've seen some of the reports describing what they did, and essentially it sounded like they just kind of tested the car's operating systems. They got in the car, backed it out of the Solly port. They checked to make sure things like the alert, the backup alert works, the camera, you know, the backup camera works. All of these things are functioning. And then I think they did some brake tests, probably with that Bob. We saw that Bob in there and wearing the orange shirt in the Sally port. The Bob is the what's it called? Body opponent bag or something like that. I forget exactly what the acronym is for. But he's a punching doll. He sits on the stand. He's human shaped. He's Bob. Had the orange shirt on him. So they described doing some type of braking test as well. So I don't know that this is really accident reconstruction in the way that, most of us, I think, would conventionally think about that. Accident reconstruction is going to be this, frankly, reverse engineering type of stuff. We have this person, we have these injuries, we have this damage. How do these things work together? If there was an accident here, they look at, okay, if we know how the car was moving, what type of forces would be involved, what type of impact would be involved, what type of corroborating data would you expect to have in the computer systems of the vehicle, stuff like that. And you use that to piece together, what did actually happen here, and to show that, yes, the force on John would have thrown him at this distance. It would have produced this type of injury. Here's that injury on his body, etc. That's what I think most of us think of with an accident reconstruction, but that's not what this report describes. So it's really not clear that that's going to be very helpful. Okay, the brakes worked. That's consistent with her not hitting him. The backup cameras and the backup lights work. That's consistent. That's consistent with her not hitting him. I mean, we got to get to she hit him before we start talking about her intent, right? I think the point of that testimony is going to be to try to show intent. All the systems are working. All the systems are working, and so they would have alerted her to his presence behind the car. So she would have had to ignore them in order for that accident to take place, to hit him. That would be the proof of intent. That's what I think that's going to. But we got to get to she hit him with a car before we get to any of that. Not clear to me that the car's witnesses are going to be able to show that she hit him with a car. Really not clear to me that the medical examiner is going to be able to prove that she hit him with a car. And so then what are we going to be left with? They got in a fight. They argued. She was pissed because, he went inside, stayed longer than he was supposed to, maybe. I don't know if these statements are supposed to be so bad. I mean, the Commonwealth played that statement for me during her interview. That really didn't seem bad to me at all. That didn't seem bad to her. That seemed kind of bad for them. Right? When she's getting arrested or getting booked or whatever. I think that was in June. And she says, Brian, we're all in on the same joke, right? Brian and Colin beat him up. My taillight's cracked and John's face is pulverized. That doesn't sound bad for her. I mean, that's not inculpatory. She's not saying, yeah, I did it. We're all in on the joke. So I just don't know at this point how high my expectations can be for what's in these voicemails based on the Commonwealth's under delivery so far. So much that they have promised that they have not delivered on. The bumper sprinkles, I didn't see that they were embedded in that bumper, those pieces of glass. I don't see that they were embedded in that bumper. They were just sitting there. Nobody else has said they were embedded in the bumper. There's no damage on the bumper associated with like having to get them out, pry them out, get there with tweezers or whatever. Nothing like that. They were literally just sitting there, which definitely seems strange in light of the entire context. I will grant, yes, aerodynamics of the vehicle and the it goes over the back, and this is not necessarily a place where a car just driving straight down the road is going to necessarily have like a lot of wind activity, but we're in a blizzard. Okay, we got gusts, we got stuff like that going on, and it all just sat there. The car is parked. The car is parked for all this time in the blizzard, and it's wind blowing, and it just sits there. It just seems. It seems difficult to buy, and to me, that's why the Commonwealth would need to overplay their hand with that evidence by saying, well, it's embedded in the bumper. That would explain why it's still there after all of this time, all these activities in the middle of this blizzard. But that's not what the evidence showed us. It's not what the evidence showed us. So just don't have a lot of confidence that these are going to be strong, compelling voice messages that are really going to help the case. They're going to show that she's mad. They're going to show that maybe she called him names. They're going to show that, maybe he sucks. Maybe she thinks he's awful. Maybe she's tired of the toxicity of their relationship. Yes. Very, very common form of a toxic relationship when you have one person that is codependent and one person that is emotionally unavailable. Extremely common. Extremely common. One person plays hot and cold with their affection. The other person has a lot of anxiety over the commitment, the attachment. Is it real? The sincerity of the relationship. That can create an awful lot of toxicity. So that makes sense to me just in terms of a dynamic. It's consistent with what we've heard. He thinks she's a babysitter with benefits. He treats her that way. He's not very nice. Not very nice. Maybe he love bombs her from time to time, whole little idealize, devalue kind of cycle. It happens. Definitely happens. And that can be very, very, very toxic. Very toxic. Just keeps people in relationships that don't suit them. So if that's all I'm hearing is, proof that there's a toxic relationship here, doesn't get to murder. Just doesn't. There's going to need to be something in those voicemails that's better. That's more than that. That's some kind of admission. Some kind of admission, because it just doesn't work from a time frame of it's fabricating an alibi, right? It just doesn't work. You wouldn't murder him on the lawn and then go leave an angry voicemail. I keep saying this over and over. You would leave a lovey-dovey voicemail. I'm so glad we had such a wonderful night. I hope you have fun with your friends. I don't know. Kiernath says Google searches are saved online to Google account with timestamp, deleted or not. There's a permanent digital trail of her doing it stored server side. Yeah, so that would be interesting. Another way to go back and recreate some of this stuff to potentially see. Now, what I don't know, I don't remember because I haven't used. Let me just pull it up right now. Yeah, Firefox uses Google as its search engine. Safari's not Firefox, is it? Safari. I haven't used Safari in a long time. It's just Apple's browser. So, yeah, I don't know what search engine it's going to use, if it uses its own search. If I pull it up, no, I'm trying to look at like just quick stuff on Google here or whatever. What does it use for its default browser search? My point is just being, I don't know if it uses Google or not. It might use some other, it might use an iOS, search type of platform. I don't know. Might use Edge. I don't know. If anybody knows, you can let me know. But yeah, if it went through a Google type of program, then yeah, you would probably think there would be some back end data that could be recovered that could identify that or not. So that's a potentially helpful place to look. Someone's saying here the browser UI is WebKit. I don't know what that is, but like I said, I don't use Safari. I think I used Safari like many years ago for some reason. I don't even remember. I haven't run Apple or Mac in years. I used to run Apple computers. I think my last one I had was a MacBook Pro. I got right out of law school. Back in the day when it was the whole exciting thing was that you could basically like divide the hard drive and you could run Windows. You could download Windows and run it on your Apple. And the reason why that was very exciting to me was because I was just used to Apple. I'd used it at that point in time, but to be able to take the bar exam on, the computer, it was only Windows based. They didn't have an Apple based platform then to be able to do that. Well, as it turned out, they wouldn't let you do it on one of these MacBook computers. I think they thought that maybe you'd like be able to switch over to the Apple side and search answers or something like that, which you could not do. But for whatever reason, it wasn't approved. So I didn't get to use it to take the bar anyway. And then as time went on and you get into the profession, everybody uses Windows. I get comfortable with Windows. I started realizing, feeling like, hey, Windows, maybe for me, Windows is a little bit more user-friendly anyway. Like, I just like, it's more customizable. Apple has things organized the way they want it, and you can't really change any of that. So, yeah, this Brad is saying Safari on Mac and iOS devices come with Google search set as the default search engine. So that would potentially give us some Google data that could be looked for. Yeah, very, very good catch there. Very good observation. Well, what's going on over here? We're just kind of still waiting. The fan. Now the NBC Boston is showing us the fan on their little screen. So I guess we're still in recess. And kind of nice not having that feed with the ads coming on, that I have to keep it muted. I can keep the sound on, and then they'll jump scare me and let me know when they go back live. Well, I'm going to go ahead and catch up on some of your chats here, guys. See what we got. Bass says, Your Honor, may we have an audio feed? I'll allow it. Here she is letting us have the Zoom. The problem with the Zoom is we aren't going to be able to see the anything depicted on the screen. She tried. It looks like the clerk is operating the Zoom camera, which is pretty normal. It looks like she tried to turn it over there, but with the it's a wide angle lens that they have on that camera, and it doesn't look like it has any kind of zoom feature or something like that. So it's too overexposed on the screen. It's going to blow out the screen. We aren't going to be able to see it. Somebody could maybe put it in dark mode. Could we recommend to the people in the courtroom, could you display your exhibits on dark mode if at all possible? I don't know if they would have that or if that's even an option, but I would think it is. If these are just, these are reports, PDFs, can't you just give us a PDF in dark mode? I don't know. That would help, but chances are we're not going to be able to see any of that stuff. And boy, that unfortunate camel angle. Oh my Lord, the under the microphone camera. I might be in contempt if I knew I was going to have to testify with that thing looking straight up my nose. Oh my Lord, who set that up? It's atrocious. I feel really bad for those witnesses. Just BKZ with the memberships gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you on behalf of everybody who gets one of those. Chrissy, looking radiant this morning. Andrea, well, thank you. It's kind of F it Friday. Didn't go to any great lengths on my hair this morning, guys. So whatever I was able to give you, I'm glad you're appreciating that right now. Tin Cat, unfortunate angle for the witnesses. My thoughts exactly. Somebody had a really sick sense of humor. Whoever set up the system, yeah, could not have picked a worse angle. WM Penguin, don't go towards the light. I think this might mean, yeah, the whole screen is just the visuals in the courtroom. We're going to get our eyeballs blasted. We're not going to be able to see that. It's just too overexposed with the lens they have on that webcam. Not everybody can have a nice camera, lighting, etc. system like those of us in the comfort of our own homes. Tin Cat, are they claiming Jen continued to open new tabs to keep searching the same thing, returning the same results, and not ruling out the defense theory? No, they're saying that the only place the 227 timestamp showed up was in a specific artifact that only deals with tab activity. It didn't show up in any of the search functions, the search databases, and so what she concluded was that this was in basically like a temporary file that it's not tracing the Google search at all. It's just tracing the tab activity. So what they're saying is she opened the tab, she did the search for the sports stuff like she testified to. She said she was looking up a sports team. Her daughter was going to play on a basketball team or something like that. And then she didn't close the tab. It didn't get closed until after 6:22, 6:23, 6:24 the following morning when she did those searches. She searched the how long T Diane kicked, right? And Google suggested how long to digest food. She rejected that. She did the kicked search. And then research how long to die in cold. And then at that point, she closed the tab or closed out the browser or whatever. She did something that affected the tab activity. At that point, that temporary file became a permanent file. And but it just marked it with the last thing that happened there, which was that final Google search, the how long to die in cold. So she's basically just saying it looks like something different than what it in fact is because it seems to have a 227 timestamp associated with a Google search. But she's saying, no, the 227 timestamp is for when the tab was opened and that she first did the sports team search and the how long to die in cold is just what was on the tab when it got closed. We don't know if that's good or not. We're waiting for the defense to give us their side, see what they say.
Just watch your step.
So we got real cameras again.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth that seeks to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr.
There is
Netti.
no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just Table 1, Table 2. I think the order I gave. Thank you. And thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, so we are going to get cross. Very interesting.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set
I can
of
hardly
facts
hear him.
that led you to conclude that the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough, thank you. And in the context, or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database,
Yes.
knowledge C database.
Yeah. plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
elements? Fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way.
Is it possible?
Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer, you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify. The question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Or, no, okay.
What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction, you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Okay. And Detective Tully instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history. Correct?
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were not instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Of
Objection.
course. Well,
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are all set.
thank you very much.
Okay, so we just had a problem, I think, with Mr. Yannetti not being anywhere near the mic. It wasn't a terribly effective cross.
Mr. Lally,
She
your
can't
next
rule it out.
witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
But she's pretty definitively saying no evidence of it. So we're going to have to see what the defense expert has to say about that. Now, Trooper Joseph Paul, huh? Don't know who that is. It is interesting how limited her scope was. Would there be Google data in her phone they could look at? I'll see how we do with this witness, and if it's bad, I'll look at switching over.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks, afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Trooper Joe Paul, that's P-A-U-L.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state?
Do these
I have
guys
been a
all go to the
trooper for
same barber?
approximately 8.5 years.
And
Or sorry, 12.5 years. I apologize.
And where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section, otherwise known as CARS, our recon.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction of the cars?
That one's for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit, prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the cars unit is concerned, about how is that sort of divided up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have 4
Guys,
separate...
I'm going to switch over to law and crime because I'm hearing it is much better. It is much better.
How is that sort of up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have 4 separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, the Northeast, Central, and the Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And currently, how many troopers are assigned to this specialized reconstruction within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
Closed captioning again.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate. We rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, prior to you entering into the cars unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when I before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long.
Three classes.
So the first class is basic at scene crash investigation. Next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the CARS unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been a part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Do you have a bachelor's
Now,
degree, officer?
with respect to, since you've been working with the CARS unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the
Probably
units.
877
That's anything from
hours?
bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Berla for examiner and the technician. I am a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently I attended multiple seminars, and most recently I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other
This guy's hard to
trainings that you
understand.
received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes.
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Now, if I can focus specifically just for a moment on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned?
You got some hours in.
How
You
does
went to
one
some
obtain?
classes.
Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test, and part of the you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted into the thing, accepted to
His
take the test,
enunciation is really bad. I'm having to stare
then you got to set
at
the time
him
for the test.
and lip read to
We did it as a
understand.
section throughout our state.
It's kind of interfering
And
with my
the
notes.
test is a two-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion, what does that consist of?
The practical portions is you basically have to make analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you can find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing educational component attached to it?
There is a continuation educational component attached to it. The test is it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rates when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20-something of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed it at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Now, over the course, let me ask you this: when you first sort of enter into the CARS units, are you just sort of you go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel like if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on the road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the CARS or the Reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I've probably assisted another 100, 150 crashes.
And of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to, investigated, if you know, percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So, I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could, turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, dual inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt pretensioners.
And what you were referencing before as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
Yes. There are two ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. Direct to module, we don't use a direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Now, once that information is extracted, what, if any, training have you received in regard to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation in this case?
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time that the crash occurred?
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
To Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton Police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called the CERT team?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So O'Hara knew how to mark items and create a diagram of the evidence that he found.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 135 and 136. Actually, just do that until I'm finished. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. That's okay. You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have Exhibit 136.
Now we can see it again. Thank you, Bev, for letting the pool camera back. We appreciate it. It wasn't their fault.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
Oh,
do.
this one.
This is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from the search team.
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
And what's contained, at least when this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the roadway or the conditions of the roadway, absent obviously the weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
I mean, you can take that. Thank you.
It was? No, it wasn't. God. These people aren't even listening to the question. No, it does not depict the condition of the roadway. It was covered in snow. The command tent wasn't there.
Good evening, Your Honor. If I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to retrieve that from you. I'm going to put 2 other photographs before you after they just look at those are finished.
Yep.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll also introduce the minutes and next exhibit.
No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish these, first return them to the witness and then publish them briefly.
Yes.
Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, what you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have?
When was this
before you now?
photo taken? It's a Google Earth.
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you, sir. If you could, using that laser pointer directs the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road.
All right.
He didn't even photograph it himself.
So this is Ferry Road. It's facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be on to the left in this area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if anything did you note about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway or the general overall condition of the road?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference, anything significant with the roadway.
As far as the roadway material, were you able to observe whether or not it was sort of asphalt, concrete, or anything?
Right. Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
And as far as the markings within the roadway, what if any observations you made of those?
There was double yellow stone line, white fog lines both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after, the roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the roadway or adjacent to the fog line, what if anything did you observe there?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides, and there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side of the asphalt curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview is located on, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Do you say it's about 5 inches high?
And to recall, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, I believe it's 583. And again, sir, what's up on the
Why
screen?
didn't he
That was
take
there
his own
before you,
photos?
583.
Why
Yes,
are
it
we
is.
using
If
Google
you
Earth?
could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly.
We don't know when this was
direct your
taken.
attention to what, if anything, you know as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound. 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Can I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Now, Trooper, with regard to the roadway as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road will be on the left-hand side of the road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Yeah,
Now,
that's the
as far as
problem.
measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with it's called a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean.
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you termed it, map this.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
And with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that, can you explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I
Well, that's
approach the witness?
helpful.
Yes.
Thank God I know that. If it had been
Sir, I'm showing you
only
4 documents
320.
that you just review those.
not guilty.
Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image, is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce the witness to the next 4 exhibits. No objections.
We sure skipped over that CDR stuff, didn't we? Are we going to get back to that? Because he said 129, he was asked to do all that, and now suddenly it's February and we're at the scene. Looking at Google Images. We gonna get back to the CDR? He does seem to have a speech impediment or maybe nervous or something like that. I'm not mocking him at all. I'm just pointing out it's hard to understand.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Now, Trooper Paul,
Are you familiar with the term, well, let me ask you this, in regard to the roadway itself, what if anything else beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what if any other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
And let me ask it this way, as far as with elevation or incline of the roadway, what if any measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that? Sort of the entire street or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements as far as, well, let me ask you this, how was measurement regarded to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, the digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training and experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
The roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle, pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics.
Simple Newtonian physics?
Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now,
oh boy, he struggled with that.
With respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences there are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped, or a vehicle. Usually after collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final arrest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop. And as opposed to the uncontrolled final arrest is when there is no control, it's usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final arrest.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as Exhibits 584 through 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have the diagram, please.
Okay.
And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen, is that what you have before you as first in that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Now, using the laser before you, if you could, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention or direction to what, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram.
Okay. Let me use the pointer. Okay. So in this time, I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final arrests, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow that would be pointing to where the final arrest is. And this is where a glass cup was found, and these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found, and the pedestrian's shoe was found here.
So
the
this was
smaller
just the
versions
search
here in the
stuff
light
so
blue
far.
is one is the fire hydrants, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and obviously the street name Fairview Road here.
So just the cert stuff, not the stuff up in the grass.
As far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the diagram?
So what are we talking about, Mike? So on these diagrams, it's hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put a rule up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They're used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imaging will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together.
That's how they do that stitching.
At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is a second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram,
Hi,
what
Karen.
was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I have my thing, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for the specific measurements?
Yes.
Was he right up by the flagpole like that? I thought he was in between.
Okay.
And sorry, trooper, with regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured sort of directionality as far as the 9 feet that the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final arrest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final arrest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of or if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest is, and then as far as the directionality of southeast from that, where is it?
Okay, so right here, pedestrian's final arrest, it's more right there. The shoe's right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow pointing north to kind of give it extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, in which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found like right next to him. So.
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, again, that was 7 feet. In which direction was that, sir?
That one was east, so it's right here.
As far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast, so we're about over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram is B. How far was that and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that was found right here.
Huh, so only 3 pieces mapped, just like that first report.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before your diagram number 2 of this, if I could have that, please. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just a closer up version of it. So you had, yeah. So you show you the pedestrians found res, glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, or depicted sort of from where the words are to where the items were, is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3, Ms. Gilbert. And again, Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury, what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah, so this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams are created from photographs sort of with the drone overhead.
The scale is hard to read
That's correct.
because, like, John would be an
if I could direct your
outline,
attention to the
right?
last exhibits within those.
Couldn't we have like a fake little like crime scene outline of where he was and how he was configured? Because he wasn't just at that tiny little point, the same size
And
as the
again,
glass
sir, if
cup.
you could, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And could you describe to the jury again using the laser pointer to delineate what, if anything, is significant?
Here, he's right off the asphalt.
Drone photograph and diagram you have on the screen.
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram, has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house, there's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Thanks. Gilman, you can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the lunch and recess? Trooper Paul will have you back with us this afternoon, okay?
Thank you.
And if you follow the jurors out, please.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
And jurors, why don't we take 45 minutes?
You are muted.
40,
I'll see counsel
45
at sidebar.
minutes for lunch, a little bit of a shorty today. Karen got the little schoolgirl look going on there. I don't love it because it looks kind of like a bulletproof vest, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like she's wearing Kevlar? I know it's not. I'm sure it's a very expensive cashmere or something like that. But just the visual is someone in a Kevlar vest. Not my favorite look. But you know, she doesn't miss all that often in my book, so you know. It is Friday. I mean, look at my hair. So who am I to talk? Well, Law and Crime's going to give us ads, so I'll mute it as soon as they go silent, but just to make sure we don't miss anything. Big thing that jumps out to me from this reconstruction, they only mapped the 3 pieces of evidence. They mapped what Tully had in his report. They mapped what he had in his report. Those 3 original ones, not the mystery extra pieces that ended up in the bag later on. Those didn't get mapped. Weird. Almost like those mystery pieces ended up in those bags after the fact. Well, we also have mystery solved for me because I've been wondering what on earth is Matt McCabe texting about the MSP being out there on February 1st in that group chat. Now we know it was these guys. These guys were out there doing this Reconstruction stuff on February 1st. So that's what they saw. That's what they were chit-chatting about, you know, take the photo or whatever, you know. whatever it was that they wanted to keep a close eye on. All of those initial pieces right there in the street. I mean, right there at the curb, right there on the street side of that asphalt curb. But then later, all of this additional stuff discovered out in the grass. I wonder if he's going to be asked to account for any of that. He's just going to do his reconstruction from the scene. Is Lally going to ask him about any of that? I kind of doubt it. Unless, you know, he did a supplemental report or something like that. Maybe he did. Because you're going to have to explain in a little more in depth than just struggling to give us Newton's first laws. Newton's first law, an object at rest will tend to stay at rest until acted upon by an outside force. It's going to have to be a little bit more complicated than that because, you know, the force is going to act on all of them the same. And so why do you have some of them flying all the way out to the flagpole? And some of them are sitting here in the street. That doesn't seem like a consistent force that could be accounted for by like big changes in mass of the objects. No, because we were seeing big old pieces getting recovered later on, right? Down there in that grass. But, you know, Lally made sure that we know that this is technical by referring to it as kinematics. You know, he threw that kinematics word out there and asked us to define Newton's first law. So that's how we know this is very, very sciencey stuff having right here. Gary, his locations are based on what? The search team said their GPS had a 15-foot error. Nobody marked O'Keefe's exact location on the ground. Yeah.
Recess, 45 minutes.
Okay, looks like they're going into recess now for 45 minutes. So back at about 10:45 my time. Yeah, I mean, all of this is approximate, right? The best thing we got was the photographs of the plastic from the CERT team, you know, showing at least a general idea of where they lied, but they were all in the roadway. I mean, that's clearly where they were searching was there in the asphalt in the roadway. The shoe was all butted up there against the curb. You're going to have to explain these differential forces to me because, you know, the math ain't mathin' so far with how all of this stuff was found. It's all approximate. The GPS had a 15-foot error, and he hasn't even told us they used the GPS. You know, I assume they did. Why else would you take the GPS data if not to be able to incorporate it into this type of diagramming? But we don't know. They didn't actually close that loop. And yeah, these are approximations. I don't like not having an outline of where John would have been, even granted that it's approximate. I recognize it's approximate. But it's not a small point, you know, the same as the pieces of plastic and the glass are a small point. It's a much larger area than that. So I'm just I'm gonna want to see more. I wanted to see if I've got, I don't think I do. I don't have easily accessible right now those images from the scene. Oh wait, do I? I think I might. Here's what I have for the screenshot. I'll just go ahead and share that right now. what I have for the screenshot of where he was found. This was Exhibit 18. And the reason why I'm calling this out is because they have him pointed at right at the flagpole, but I remembered it being between the flagpole and the hydrant. This is kind of a pulled back view, so you know, there's the flagpole right there. He's a lot closer to the road than to the flagpole. Very hard to see, of course, because of the time of day and when these photographs are being taken. But yeah, you know, I need to see the reconstruction of how does where see, here's the flagpole and we're kind of in here. It looks like we're south of the flagpole, not right at it, and quite a bit closer to the road than to the flagpole. I mean, here's the car parked right there. They've got him diagrammed like right off the curb. So I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and make sure the law and crime is ready to go for when we get back. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is based on. I really don't. It's based on guesstimates, maybe their GPS, but certainly John's location, it would have been based on what Lieutenant Gallagher told him. And then his very imprecise demarcation of that on his map. Lorraine H, she's good for Lally self-esteem. Great question. I wish I'd caught this when it came up because this is talking about Jessica Hyde. She was a great witness. I don't know what specific question we're talking about, but yeah, I would say she is probably one of the best witnesses they put on so far. She, from my perspective, did great. She was very persuasive. The way that she presented, she seemed very confident in what she was saying. She handled the cross-examination very well. Just, you can't rule it out. Well, you can't rule out anything that is consistent with the laws of physics, right? You can't rule it out. There's no proof of the absence of a Google search. So yeah, she's right. It's a tricky question Yannetti is putting there. You can't rule it out because you can't prove a negative. If you're asserting that something took place, the burden of proof is on the proponent. Present some evidence that it happened. Her point is no proof of a search that happened at 227. So we'll see if that stays, if that stays valid. I do know that the defense has a witness from Google on their witness list. Don't know what that is. Could be related to this. Could be related to some other type of records that they had to get. Could be just a records custodian, who got some things. I don't know what the Google witness is, but it's on the list. So that'll be interesting. We will see how that pans out. Lawgal, I'm very interested in cross-exam. She is one of the most personable experts on complex subjects I have encountered. Wonder how the jury is receiving this info. Yeah, I thought she did great. She came across as, just forthcoming, doing her best to explain it. I mean, I took some issue with she's sprinkling this very technical stuff in with this very complicated stuff, and it makes it hard to follow. But her bottom line was very crystal clear. And so the question is, if she has been able to build trust with the jury, get their confidence that she knows what she's talking about, and she's not here with an axe to grind, then yeah, they're probably going to find her pretty credible, and that evidence is probably going to land. So I don't think the cross really did damage, and then going into the call data, that wasn't where I thought he was going to go. Of course she didn't look at the call data. We established that was outside the scope. Calls being deleted don't have anything to do with a Google search being deleted, which is going to be a point that goes to argument. That even if this Google search didn't happen at 227, even if it didn't get deleted, well, there's still all this other shady stuff that pretty definitively did. So don't know how much damage it did, really, but I agree with you. I think that the jury was probably impressed with her. I think they probably were impressed with her, and they are probably giving some weight to what she said and her conclusion that Google search didn't happen at 227. So we'll see. Solo YOLO. Is it bad that I'm conditioned to wait for defense before I believe a witness? I think it's just normal. It's just normal. We're all human. We get into the lally lull, and we're not entirely sure what we're seeing, what we're paying attention to, until we get to cross-examination, and they can break it down to the parts that matter. Give us the important stuff then. I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm doing my best to to focus on all this as much as I can, but honestly, even me trying to keep laser, it was very hard to follow. Very hard to follow her path. It's just a question of whether that will matter to the jury or not. That's why you bring in experts, because the jury isn't experts, and so they're relying on other people to explain it to them. She sounds like she's got a very good technical reason, and maybe that's good enough. Not everybody is going to be all uber critical like me. Like, well, I need to understand your technical reasoning, right? Because I'm super skeptical. Like, I don't like to just take people's words for things. I want corroboration. I want to be able to think it through for myself. I want to see your work. I want to review your work. But not everybody is going to be like that. So I think it's very, very likely that she made a positive impression. Carazola X, the state is bringing in an expert to rehab the image of their witness. Doesn't this seem backwards? Feels like behavior of a side on defense. Yeah, this is rehab Jen McCabe, right? Is she less of a train wreck if we don't have the 2:27 a.m. Google search? No, because we still got all the deleted calls. We still got that weird, driveway meeting with Carrie Roberts. We still have just the entire demeanor, the gleefulness at getting that thing from Carrie when she told him everything. I meant she was talking about how John never loved her and she was just a glorified babysitter. Couldn't wait to get that out. It doesn't rehab any of that stuff. I mean, still a lot of problems with that witness. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is just the nature of this pre-Buttle case. They knew what was coming. They're trying to get out ahead of these challenges so that the defense doesn't put on a case in chief. Does that end up being smart? I don't know. I don't know if it does or not, because you're giving up now the opportunity to have the last word in rebuttal. And that can also be very powerful. It's sort of buried in the middle of your case in chief now. Whereas if you'd done it in the conventional way, you would present Jen McCabe's testimony, the defense would do their cross-examination, do their impeachment, and then you'd come back and rebuttal with your answer. And that's the last thing the jury's heard on it. So I don't know if strategically that necessarily makes the most sense, but I mean, I think at least, structurally, yes, you're right. That is what they're doing, but that's why, because they're doing their rebuttal case now during their case in chief. Puneet Singh. So she is saying that I can search something horrific, then close tab, then search cute little puppies 4 hours later. Now everyone will see that I searched puppies. That's BS. And I too know coding. I'm gonna, she gave what sounded like an explanation to me, but I'm not technical. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense to me that sure, computers are going to keep all kinds of different data from all kinds of different sources, and maybe they're going to be picked up in different ways. But it sure does, raise questions about Celebrate then, doesn't it? If Celebrate is reporting this as a 2:27 a.m. search, it's picking up that artifact and reporting it in this way, kind of suggests folks should be looking at Celebrate with a lot more critical eye, doesn't it? Do you think that's going to be the practice of the Commonwealth after this, or are they just going to go ahead and roll with what they get on that superficial impression? I don't know. Don't know. Kind of interesting though, isn't it? Are they gonna go ahead and concede that in the future? I gotta kind of doubt it. Charles Argo, the bottom is what person would see their partner lying in snow and would ask a friend to Google how long to die. Nothing makes sense. She is so irritating. The whole blame Karen thing, to me, like, that's so unnecessary. That's the thing. It's part of the problem with Jen and her testimony. You know, all the bad stuff is somebody else's fault. Is it maybe a little callous to Google that at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning when your friend is you know, on the stretcher and maybe in the ambulance and you don't know if he's going to make it? I guess, but you know, you got to be callous sometimes in those types of circumstances, like the surgeon who's going to go in and work on him, or the, you know, the other doctor who's going to, the paramedics who are going to be sticking the, you know, the thing. You got to be a little bit callous to handle somebody in medical situations like that. So I'm okay with the fact that some people can be much more emotionally distant in those types of circumstances. I've never been in a situation like this. But I tend to think that that's how I'm going to react. I tend to think I'm not going to get all emotionally caught up. I'm going to look more like Jen and Carrie in this situation than I am going to be like Karen. Now, granted, I don't know. Karen has the complicating factor of this is her partner right there. Yeah, that's going to add to your stress and anxiety in that situation. John is just a casual friend to them, somebody that they know through their kids. You know, the kids hang out and play sports together. So I can understand being a little bit emotionally reserved and you know, having a little bit more presence of mind maybe than Karen. And yeah, go ahead and do that Google search to get a sense of what can we expect? Is he going to survive this, or is he going to pass on? I don't think it's so terrible if it happened at 6:23, 6:24, but if you're going to go and blame Karen for it, number one, you better be able to substantiate that with all these dash cams and, you know, police reports and stuff like that about what's happening and who's where and all that. And we haven't seen it. We have not seen them together in the back of that patrol car. And the stories don't line up. Her story doesn't line up with Carrie's story about how all this is happening. It was unnecessary. It's like an own goal. It kind of goes back to that whole thing. It's not the crime, it's the cover up, you know, like you don't necessarily have to be sketchy about this stuff, but you guys acted so sketchy that, yeah, of course people are drawing conclusions from that. Of course people are drawing conclusions from that. It just becomes clear you're hiding something. There's no reason to delete all these phone calls and then everybody's explanation for it is butt dials. No, nobody's buying that. This is, you know, it's not the crime, it's the cover up. I don't know what the bottom line is, but you guys are acting sketchy. Rhonda, Iowa girl, it doesn't matter to me if she searched it earlier or not. Too much tainting of evidence happened. I can never convict her after the butt dials, solo cups, pieces of plastic found for days, dog punctures in shirt, etc. Yeah, it's a point. It's a point for the Commonwealth, but does this make the case? No. Does this move the needle on, well, that means Karen Reed hit him with a car? No, it doesn't. The defects in their case are still the same defects in their case. So if I'm not at convicting yet, that hasn't changed my mind one way or another. You know, it's taken away one aspect of the defense argument that these guys were covering up John O'Keefe's murder, but it doesn't take away all the other stuff. Doesn't take away those group chat messages where they are clearly not trying to help the investigation figure out what happened to John O'Keefe. Right? They don't ask the right questions. It's on them. I'm not going to forget that one. That one made a big, big impact on me. Enraged Bacon. Andrea, to me, it seems as if the Commonwealth is doing what a normal defense would be. Hire an expert to refute what was presented by the other side. Celebrite is the gold standard. No. Celebrite is the most commonly used. It's the one that, pretty much every law enforcement agency, yeah, they use it. It's ubiquitous. That's why I don't know that it's necessarily the gold standard. It's just the one that's the norm. It's like, is Google a better search engine than Ask Jeeves? You know, I don't know. Somebody who's a designer of these things could probably tell me. It's just ubiquitous. It's just the one that's out there. Is YouTube better than Rumble? In a lot of ways, no. A lot of ways, no. But it's the one people are on. and it's the one people watch. So I think Celebrite is just a lot the same way. You know, they have the equipment, they have the software, they have the training programs. They're just the ones that were able to like scale up being able to mass produce this kind of thing and get it in the hands of law enforcement and do it our way before anybody else was. Seems likely to me. So I don't know if it's the gold standard. I honestly really don't. They will probably tell you it is because, you know, they're using it most of the time and they're using it to make their case most of the time. So, you know, in that sense, yeah, this is definitely sounding a lot more like the defense. Here's the problem though with what you're trying to tell us that this Celebrate report says. So it would be interesting to know, like if we went back and looked at other cases where Trooper Guarino did his extractions and went in and testified about it and stuff. What did he have to say about Celebrate? I wonder if he called it the gold standard. I think that's really the question here. It's less how good is it and more just how hypocritical are they about presenting to the jury how good it is or not. Okay, guys, we got about 20 minutes left. I don't have too much to do this morning, but I do want to grab a quick bite. So I am going to run very briefly, get myself off the camera here for our lunch break. I will be right back, and then we will go ahead and we should be able to pick up on comments before they get back going in court. So I'll do my best to get back in just a few minutes. All right, guys. See you. All right, guys, I'm back. Hello, camera. I'm back. Catch me. Catch me. Give me a second. I'm going to get back out and get back in. Okay. Just had to tweak things a little bit there. So, got a few minutes left before we get back to court here. Only those 3 pieces of plastic map, man. I keep coming back to that. It was only 3 pieces of plastic in the original search. And he forgot and put it in his report, and that's what everybody relied on. And then when they needed to go and add in the other pieces, that's what they did. That's what they did, because none of this got sealed up and there was no chain of custody on it. Yeah. Yikes. Yikes. Well, I'm very eager to see what else this accident reconstructionist has to say, because, you know, the whole 24.4 miles an hour in reverse at 60 feet to hit him with the rear tail light and cause all of this, just hard to break that one down. So this is the guy whose job that is, to break that down for me. How did it happen? And how are you proving to me that that's what happened? I'm kind of looking forward to it. We'll see. Alex Davy Duke, after listening to the various Massachusetts forensic technicians, especially the blood alcohol techs, and now this computer expert, I have little confidence in these experts. Disturbing. You know, the experts, it's a challenge. It's a challenge because, you know, yeah, a lot of times there's bias baked into it. The crime lab people, they work for the Massachusetts State Police. They are getting their requests from the Massachusetts State Police. They're communicating with the Massachusetts State Police. That's their crew. That's who you're aligned with. That's whose side you're on. This expert today, yeah, she is getting paid by Brian Tully, you know, Massachusetts State Police, the state, to look at this and come up with something for him. You know, not saying that's what did happen. I'm just saying there's always a problem with this this type of configuration, and it's not unique to state experts. You know, this is an issue with defense experts too. They get cross-examined on that all the time. Isn't it true that you only testify for the defense? You get paid to testify for the defense. You're getting, you know, X amount of dollars to be here to testify today. It is kind of an issue. I don't know how you solve that. I really don't. I'd like to see crime labs be independent. I'd like to see both the defense and the prosecution be able to use them. To me, that seems like one pretty easy way to solve a lot of the problems, right? We have a problem with defense having equivalent access to these types of services. If you're watching the Delphi trial going on, Richard Allen over there in Indiana, it's a big problem. The state is bringing all this technical evidence and the judge is denying him the equivalent. So it puts him in the position of you can't challenge that. If the state puts somebody like Jessica Hyde on the stand and you don't have your own expert to be able to combat that, what are you supposed to do? You're stuck with it. You got to just take it for granted that what she's saying, unless it's patently obvious, you know, on its face that she's mistaken, then you're going to be stuck with it. So if you had something independent that both the police use and the defense uses, it solves that problem of unequal access to resources, and it kind of also solves the bias problem, doesn't it? It's not you're on one team or the other. Now you're literally just there to do science and tell us where it leads. Just one option out there. Personally, I liked the retrograde extrapolation guy. I did. I thought he was very, very forthcoming about the limits of what he was asked to do. Pretty much conceded, yeah, it's a garbage in, garbage out. And if she drank after the fact, it would mean nothing. You know, if any of these assumptions are incorrect, then it's meaningless. So that is often not the case that, you know, an expert will be so willing to concede a point like that. But he went ahead and gave it up. You know, I appreciated that. I liked that particular guy. British Gridiron Films. Ironically, not an expert in irony. Hashtag Morissette. A lot of things that get called ironic that are not really ironic, but then they fall back on the classic old situational irony, where it's the opposite of what it's supposed to be, and that makes it ironic or something. But still, rain on your wedding day? No, it's not ironic. It's just unfortunate. Just bad luck. Bad luck is not necessarily ironic. Kiernoth, Google searches are saved online to Google account with timestamp. Deleted or not, there's a permanent digital trail of her doing it stored server side. Yeah, we pulled this one up during that testimony. They've got a Google witness on the defense list. Maybe that's what this is. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. WM Penguin, I think the easiest option is the judge stops being a dick and lets the camera be turned back on. So of course that's not happening until it did. Thank you for seeing the light, Judge Bev. This is definitely the way to go. It was not going to be a good call to yeet the camera from the entire rest of the trial because somebody made what by all appearances is an innocent mistake. It happened. Sorry. It is what it is. You know, it happened. But you're not fixing anything that way, and potentially you're making the problem worse. Like we need to see this thing through to the end now that we've started it. So thank you, Judge, for seeing the light on that. Carazola X, Judge turned the cameras off because they had to dismiss the fan because it was caught off camera. Bev is upset. Handyman switching it out now. Yeah, the fan. They needed to get the fan at a better angle. You know, the fan was finally not having it with that angle from way down here, looking straight up the nose of the fan. Finally protested. Kyle Coden, I bet Dunkin' Donut AJ has the Google record. Well, he's got the witness to be able to call, if in fact he does. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's what that's all about. Tin Cat, if same tab, shouldn't they all show earlier time? I think what they're saying is the searches, the ones that are tracking the searches, this is a different database, different source of information than the one that is just tracking the tab. The reason why those other ones don't show up on the tab is because all that information is noting is when the tab was opened, and then everything is getting finalized with when that tab was opened, when the tab was closed, which is quite confusing to me. You know, why it would track that last search and trace it back to the time that the tab was opened. But that is what she's saying it is. That is what she's saying it is. She seems to have a good understanding of the things she's talking about. I'm not in any position to be able to dispute that, myself, based on what I know. So have to see what the defense expert has to say. But on its face, it seemed to me like that's a viable explanation for it. WM Pinkwin, I take it back. Love you, Auntie Bev. Thank you. Thank you, Judge, for letting us have those cameras back. Nunzio, being a pro photographer, I appreciate your call outs to all the camera stuff. Check out Trad's photos. Happy Friday all. I will. I'm going to write that down too. Trad's photos. Back in a earlier life, before I went to law school, I thought I was going to go to film school. This was actually my, these were kind of like my two major pathways. I had applied to the Brooks Institute of Photography in Santa Barbara. The reason why I applied there is because they have the Ansel Adams archive. Ansel Adams, of course, being the nature photographer to end all nature photographers, absolutely phenomenal. I adore his work. Learned a lot of his techniques in the darkroom. I studied photography in high school, and so I, learned how to process film, and all black and white. I never learned any color stuff, but just some other techniques. And yeah, you know what a lot of people didn't know is that film photography like that, when you're making an exposure, you can there's all kinds of tricks with that you know, it's kind of like Photoshop. People think Photoshop is sort of new. You know, you couldn't really edit photos before that. Oh no, you had lots of different techniques to doing that. So the famous ones Ansel Adams used were burning and fading, he called them. And it's basically just while you're exposing the light on the enlarger exposes the paper, the photography paper, which is, you know, reactive to the light, and through the film, so it projects it onto that paper. And so what you do is you take like a piece of cardboard or something that will block that light, and you can use that to either like cover up part of the image that you want darker. You want to overexpose a corner or something, so like you cover up this part and then you just like shake it so that it's you know, it's not a solid line. It will be faded in. That's burning. You know, if you want to burn that corner, you block this out and you fade that in. Or you can kind of do the similar things where you block out parts that you want to be underexposed, and you shake it so that it's all faded in. That's Ansel Adams stuff. So I nearly did that. I nearly did, but I didn't. Life took me in a different direction. Looks like we're back, guys. Let's go ahead and see what we've got today. I don't know why it's not showing yet. I need to reshare it. Okay, here it is. Just gonna pull this one up real quick because we pointed it out. Yep, they have a Google Witness. They do indeed.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we have Exhibit 587 back up on the screen?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, that's the drone image. Mr. Paul, direct your attention to what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 587. Again, this is the last in the set of 4 diagrams of drone images that I presented before you before, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of taillight that are depicted within this diagram, did you put every single piece of taillight that was recovered on January 29th within this diagram?
No, I did not.
Fair to say you did also not put every piece of taillight that you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this particular diagram?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
However, when you were there in the daytime, what, if any, note did you take as to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of ambient street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to right up here, there's a light pole right there, overhead light pole.
And with relation to where you've marked as far as the final rest position of Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of items of evidence that were recovered from the scene, was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have that's back. Thank you very much, sir. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st, 2022. At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what, if anything, did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so, I'm sorry, it's fair to say the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was located in that garage area?
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything, else did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point, did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes.
And was that day or at some later?
It was that day.
And was that within the garage area itself, or where did you perform the mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
We analyzed a little bit of the steering and the brake pedals while it was sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway next to Canton PD.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you 2 photographs. Ask you to just review those, look up when you finish. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I've attached to my report.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep, sorry.
So hopefully showing what he relied on to get those distances. All right, we're jumping all around here, Lally.
Thank you.
If these are in the Sally port, then they're not crime scene photos.
Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Or are we back at anything anywhere is can be a crime scene?
One moment, Your Honor. And Trooper
Yeah,
Paul,
the
do you
Sally
recognize
Port's a
what's up
crime
on the
scene.
screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down that scratches, and there's a dent there. The broken taillight here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So
Except it
I'll
wasn't.
strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objections in the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dents that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent, I can see right there.
This
That's
was
my
the one
hand
that looked
shaky.
gougy.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side taillight as well.
Yes.
And so, from what you observed of the driver's side taillight versus the passenger side taillight, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side taillight?
As compared just to the left side of the taillight?
Yes.
So on the left side of the taillight, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wynn, you can take that down.
Right at his shins. If that's supposed to have anything to do with anything.
Now, Trooper Paul, we can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we're obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you inspected?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The way the Lexus item man was on an analysis was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much did the vehicle weigh according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. Both they were headlights and taillights were both LED.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what, if any, significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED most comparison to what most people think in car and taillights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. There's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and taillights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes.
And what does NHTSA stand for?
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexuses in general, make and model, correct?
Correct, yeah. We put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lots of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
Similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's a V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. And use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration, and check its performance.
And
No, I'm not going to beatbox.
sorry, Your Honor, one moment, please.
Sure.
He needs a minute to think about this. Where are you going, Lally? How are we going to get to this busted taillight at massive acceleration with no airbag
The V-box is
deployment,
attached to that
right?
vehicle, so it's, what it specifically is in measure?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-box to intercept certain parameters as like, you can go, I want 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10. And then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. And it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
And so from the V-box Sports device that you use, you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I
Why
did.
is that GPS
Certification
more
as well.
precise than
It's usually just training
the
on
other
it.
GPSs?
Now, with respect to the V-box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on
I'll
that
assume it
roadway
is.
surface that day, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And you describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests or what speeds you were using or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day.
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators all the way about as hard as I could press it and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour and see what the performance it did at that time.
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-box Sport using during those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from an acceleration. And it could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration
That
factor
was
that
clear
you
as mud.
were able to obtain with those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was, I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the course of those
Don't know what that means.
reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask you this. As far as the operation of the vehicle, who was actually physically operating the vehicle?
I was actually operating the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you know during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There were no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test, how is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
They kept the vehicle fairly straight. There was it was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the 2 reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted 2 reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-box Sport attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from?
Yeah, so the reverse braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour, and then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes, try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that?
It's just essentially the opposite of an acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the two reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what if any figure did you receive from the instrument from the e-box score?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so it gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which was both are used the same way. This one was a point, I think it was 7.1.
Now, with regard,
What's that supposed to mean?
again, you're operating the vehicle during these two reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these two reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. If I was going forward this time, I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them to it stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
Did you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a 0.69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the defendant's vehicle?
Same as before, that brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
An
You
explanation
indicated
would have been
earlier in your
nice.
testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any,
Good
how are you
point.
able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with a spot 8-vent data recorder on EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the BOSS CDR software and we'll attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, if there was braking, if there was, steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of, so there's a lot of, information around the vehicle.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Pulling the documents, sir, 7 pages in length. Just ask you to review that when you're finished. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash out retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce 2 minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
590.
So we're about to get the black box. This is essentially what the black box is.
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with vehicles?
Oh, you getting out
Applies
ahead
to
of
the
what it doesn't
occupants
show
inside the
anything?
vehicle.
And this may sound a little terse when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of why not.
So what an airbag control module is doing, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, and like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially will wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes are going to, there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick manner as, say, two cars would strike each other.
Now, with respect to crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with the term called delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean, like change of velocity, like it's also going to be within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to vehicle as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies
Put it in Newtonian
with,
terms for
pedestrian
us.
crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So, shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the Reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happened, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happens. Point of impact is the same thing, it's just more down to like that specific point at that specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of the, is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionists to formulate an opinion as to the area of impact?
Yeah, so like I said earlier with the path of travel, so a lot of in collisions most of our collisions we start where the final arrest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing, we're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from. And we know within that area, that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to the beginning of the first point of evidence that we found.
So somewhere towards the first point of evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
Why? Why would they be there? Why would they not be closer up to where the body was, given the linear momentum and the same forces acting on all of the objects?
Now, sir, are you also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you seen training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus?
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream, it's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, yeah, they obviously the diagnostic stuff, so they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so each trigger, you can record this the same as get your speeds, brakes, the accelerator pedals on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have, some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry, so Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's
By
correct.
Toyota, yes.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer, are equipped with camera systems, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle control?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
It was not.
Now, with respect to the sort of physical process of the downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
Same
The
port?
same kind of same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port, and then up that software program, and we follow the steps, and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota tech stream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking acceleration test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage?
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought, is this relevant to our case? And I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota tech stream, as far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as in like it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time.
10 years
but it's
been out
definitely
there?
gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
And you didn't know anything about it?
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so I mean, this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with
the
respect
vehicle's time
to the
span?
triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
It's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that?
And so which of those were on? The
Trooper,
29th?
if I could direct you, I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And how many triggers was it, sir?
Can we count them?
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them. Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 23.
Oh, yeah, so 22 separate triggers. So in my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's 12,665 to 12,666, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
Lally.
What was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was
Wait,
the mileage
what?
at that time?
12,666.
So when they put it
And
on the tow
there's
truck,
also reference within the vehicle control history
It gave
data
them triggers?
in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. Let's take that. It's right here. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again. And that would be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where, how far away they were from each other. the key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
This is so confusing. This guy makes things clear as mud. I don't know if that's on purpose or what.
Sir, I'm showing you the documents. He's asked you to look at that, look up. Finished? And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce in the minutes of next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. The 591.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return it to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish this for the jury.
Not sure you can. So if you're concerned,
Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen is that the
buy an
that you have
older
before you.
car.
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information and where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. These are the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the within this table, sir, there are two triggers reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to
You have to either come close or speak up even louder, Mr. Howard.
I will speak louder.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem for the court reporter.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so
Could
let's
you
turn the light on
possibly
and then
Make
we
this
can,
as confusing
you can
as
ask your question,
possible.
then we'll turn the light right back off, please, Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And
Like
how
the
many
drive to
key
Dighton?
cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as the, what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah, so, yeah, I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that, I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I thought we just spent yesterday establishing how we didn't know where she drove, right? Because she wasn't on the videos, and maybe she went up to Fairview, maybe she parked and went to Jen's. We don't know where she went.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm open to introducing the witness.
No objection.
The 590. Thank you.
I have 1 minute, sir.
Yes.
Can't believe I got to move on to pad 16
May I
for this
return to the
guy.
witness, sir?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Someone, if you could, remark, to me just a little. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
These are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage rules.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dighton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes, so which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, and the minimum was 36.1 and a max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
So Bev's not happy with something about that. Don't know what exactly, but we just spent yesterday talking about how she was driving around. And now suddenly she's taking direct routes to all these places. How inconsistent can we be here? Are you saying she went back to Fairview that morning or not? Huh? Because you better build that into your map if that's your theory that you just spent time on trying to imply that to the jury. But you don't account for that because that'll mess up your math. Oh, boy. Wow. This is getting problematic. Why do lawyers use notepads? I need to take my notes. And I got to be able to watch the guy and, and scribble. I'm just used to having it in paper form so that I can go back and look through it. I don't have to scroll. Maybe that's just my brain is programmed, still in the analog because I grew up in that era. But I don't like having my notes on the computer.
You are
if I don't
unmuted.
have to. So instead I get 16 legal pads.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes of travel, is that correct?
Yes.
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6?
Correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance travel to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes,
Yes.
only at 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the 2 triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now,
she took the
as
shortest
far
routes of
as
all those and
within,
didn't
your
go
report and your analysis, did you
to Fairview.
come up with some sort of a label as far as these two different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I laid them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and one other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
And may I approach, Ron?
Yes.
First, you have another document asking you to just review that before we finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
It's 593.
And again, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I return this to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With more information, may I?
Yes.
Okay, sir, with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this as far as 12,629 miles A.
Okay. So each row, starting from the top, is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself, or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it, right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, then it goes up to 5, then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll just put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here, and that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So and right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So it starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds back up to. It goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. If I read that right. And the next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just for a second, sir. As far as the accelerator pedal opening angle,
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of the vehicle?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it was, on zeros not pressed, and 100% it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher in this way Toyota labels it. So then that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And it also shows start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%, and that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. And so up to 50% and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Like you're having trouble getting traction?
As far as this data is concerned for the VCH data from the Toyota tech stream, what, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
So on this label right here, it just shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to
So she
interpreting this type
accelerated
of
to
data,
1,400 RPMs.
do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or
6
what
miles
type
an
of
hour?
actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this
While it
triggering
was in
event?
reverse?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal. And the steering wheel showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again. And also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, if I could just retrieve the one we have before.
So
None of the observers saw the
Document that I've
U-turn.
just handed you now, do you recognize that?
They said she drove off
Yes.
the way
And what do you
that she
recognize
was
that?
facing.
it's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report as labeled as 12,629 miles B.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth, seeking to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Good 5 minutes.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
Honestly, at this moment right here, I'm not sure I get the joke. I
May I
don't
approach
get
the
it.
witness?
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to, just go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission.
Thank
each
you.
time.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could. And to recall, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage or the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles peak, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
This occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as you said. The vehicle control history time is, if I can say that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows all the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And let's go, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. It's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle's speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and then 74.
This sounds to me like
Now,
somebody
that's
who's spinning their
74.5%
tires.
as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, With regard to this data from 12629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 12629A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within on the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table of chart?
Say that again?
How long a period of time does this take?
10 seconds.
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole just this one?
Just this one.
Okay, so this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So the 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
He
And what, if
testified
any,
to it already.
significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data also?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It just shows slowing down zeros like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel, how far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this table?
74.5 starts at the 8 second.
Now, as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speed recorded at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral. Then it goes down. Then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight. It stops. Then it gets placed in reverse, and then goes back. Goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in the steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think as far as it goes, it's left. It's at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle at 13.5%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds.
Doesn't sound
or
like
so.
it's still fairly straight.
Yeah, fairly straight line and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel sale was obviously caused by operator traveling only small amounts, about right, up to here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
What?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
This guy is the worst at explaining things.
Let me grab that one.
Yep.
And present you with another document. You recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, hard practice. Call the procedure to introduce the witness in the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
You can go ahead and, you can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined to.
Okay.
So you want to highlight this
To
stuff.
recall from what's depicted up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the data.
Yeah, so I circled in here the drop from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the accelerator opening ratio kind of stays consistent at 74%.
Like when you correct a skid,
May I
a
approach again, Your Honor?
turn,
Yes.
you slip on the ice.
Borrow that back.
Yep.
I'm showing you another document. So
Okay,
you recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart I have attached, I calculated and attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see if you can submit the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. So go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Yeah, we don't have clock times for any of this, which seems a bit strange to me. Like, surely there's clock data in the car?
Paul, you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked you this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,609B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the spherical speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And
So you
as
don't
far
know
as
if the vehicle
total
actually
distance
traveled, you
from the,
mathematically
0
did it.
to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thanks. May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul,
Sounds
with
like,
regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point in there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I believe it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
Yes.
what, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, we can break down each injury, due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this, in this particular case, with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a
Lost me
kinematics
right
analysis in my
there.
report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expand upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
The taillight caused the arm injuries.
So kinematics analysis,
Lost
like
me.
I said, deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and then to the left due to this more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to it being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have, somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they would have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as the pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projection him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yeah,
The car would.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a
Sorry.
little bit.
Sorry. Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and body rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle, as you do in like a lot of traditional forward projection crashes. The vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that
So he's saying
is
it
not
didn't
what you
happen?
found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So if a
Almost
pedestrian center
every
mass
object?
is essentially to the
What
half the
object
body,
does not have a
and
center
you would
of
also
mass?
put down, is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
Sex?
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention, Trooper
No.
Ball, back to February 1st of 2022, when you
Women, it's
were
around
at
your
the
hips.
Canton Police Department.
Men, it's about your
You
waist.
mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras, and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras in the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first, just describe for the jury, when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility analysis?
We're looking at the cameras.
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we're trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we would go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically, would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
And why?
Due to like I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Okay.
Now, as far
Well, that's
as
not an explanation. You decided it was
this
intentional,
particular
so you
visibility
didn't
analysis that was conducted in this case,
see how the mirrors looked in the dark to see if
how
it was
was,
intentional
if
or
at all, was
not.
that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes trooper recorded it.
That wasn't a good answer.
My apologies. Before I get to that, sir,
Okay.
I could turn your attention just back to the text stream just for a moment. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
This is exactly what I just said. This is something I learned from looking at differences in athletic performance. One of those inherent advantages that the male frame has. A more centered center
I'm
of
showing you a
mass.
series of 7 photographs to ask you to look at those. First, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize those.
They don't really have a basis to challenge it. The guy comes in with credentials and it's junk science, but that's enough to get it in the courtroom. Their
Yes.
remedy is to
And what do
counter
you
it with
recognize
good
those to be?
science.
It's the inside of the vehicle.
So I
Appears to be
expect they'll
taking
do
out
that.
showing that taking out the infotainment system.
The what system?
Infotainment system.
And the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything. That was Trooper Nick Marinos did the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They had tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a.
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they were an accurate portrayal of what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seems to introduce them as the next step in the exhibit.
Any objections, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing note. What are those 5 photographs?
7.
Infotainment
No
system's
objection.
probably got the nav in it, where the GPS data would be. You couldn't get any of that. You had to stick with your math.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just follow.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the photograph labeled BEP2. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 597.
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP3.
He's trying to run out the clock again, isn't he?
Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and is marked as Exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
And as far as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had, the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in reverse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have EEP4, sorry.
Yep, the nav. The nav is there.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
So that's how this vehicle is started and stops, essentially, as a push button start, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP22. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as Exhibit 601?
Yes.
She listened to 70s on 70s and Billy Joel.
Attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this.
Or they did.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, shows satellite here. Looks like it's the navigation.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on part of the pavement or the curbing, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you've responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st, you mentioned that that was memorialized with photographs as well as video, is that correct?
Correct.
And the video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
You gonna make us watch it, Lally, to try to run out the clock here? You don't want them to start their cross before the weekend, do you?
Sir, I'm showing you 2 discs.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Yeah, he
And
is.
those are the recordings of the visibility or the braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce the next exhibits.
No objection, sir.
So flawless.
Before we get to those videos, Trooper, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh boy, he is. He's gonna show us these videos.
So I'm showing you another series of the lead 8 photographs. Actually, one of those in the cover when you finish.
More volume of stuff that just doesn't really matter to the jury. They just, they don't, did they need a photo of the steering wheel? You took them out to inspect the car. They saw the steering wheel for themselves.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photos from the backup cameras and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes next exhibits.
Okay.
No objection.
So are we gonna watch the video and then go back through the photographs too? I get that reference. That's good. That's good.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from this packet photograph 2612.
Also,
Juror,
not all
if you
troopers
could,
have to shave their heads.
Please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 610?
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle?
They could have done this at the scene, but then you'd
so
see how
this has
well
a-
you'd be able to see that area
Straight backup
through the
camera
windshield,
and also has a
probably even through
360
the back,
overhead view of the
where a
vehicle.
body would be as you were driving by.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on the screen right now, as far as the vehicle and the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or a little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the object, the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what, if any, auditory cues are also part of this system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increases in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it, what, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you?
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to an object, correct?
Yep.
Now, with respect to sort of the middle of the screen here, up on the dashboard, what, if anything, do you observe there? Could you direct the jury's attention to what, if any, devices are up there right now?
Yes, so right here, this blue device, that's the V-Box Sport that attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attached to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate.
That's what he said,
Yes.
Lally. Got to repeat everything.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2618. And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah, so this this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is the 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take this down.
And no camera footage was recovered, of course. No EDR data, just this diagnostic
moment,
stuff.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle and this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back, reverse acceleration, braking tests, as well as the visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the data?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, very quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
Mm-hmm. The Bob.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along its the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height is taller.
And with respect, your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside of the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
But what, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
Now, with respect to the visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and how it relates to a visibility
Just talk about
analysis?
the fucking dummy.
So an exemplar pedestrian is, just like you said, it used a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now,
Really
when
killing
that
time
exemplar
here.
pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle,
If it's a bad word,
what, if
Lally,
any,
don't use that
obstructions did
word.
you
You
observe
used
as
it,
far
he
as
didn't.
just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking or cameras or anything else as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as the visibility was concerned?
Yeah, so if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy and the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could, I would ask, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the two videos that were just introduced.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna play them.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the exterior video first.
Yeah, gotta watch the videos.
For the record, they are 6:04.
Gotta watch the videos.
And, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for a moment.
Tell us what we're seeing
Well,
here.
with respect to, just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted.
Why would it matter?
Yeah, so
It doesn't matter, Lally.
This is
We
a
all
view
know you're
from the
running out
back of
the
the Canton
clock.
Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's
Ridiculous.
attention
I don't
where
even
that
have
is,
this stuff in
where
my
it's
car,
going
and I know how it
to
works.
be in relation to the camera angle.
That's all you needed to get.
vehicle
Is just
is
you could
right
see
here.
the bob. The test showed us the visibility stuff worked. You could see it. She would have seen it. Just get to the point. But no, when you need to kill an hour, you got to waste all this time making sure we know. What orientation is the driveway? Is it north, south? I mean, as if it matters. Yep. Yep. Just doing all this stuff right in front, out where they can see. Four-minute video here. We got. Now we're gonna have to watch it again from the inside, from Mr. Lally, because we need to watch him. You know, sitting there doing nothing.
If I could ask you to pause there for just a moment. Would you recall during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those, the highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour, is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that VCH data for the second or the B of those two data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire. So it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, the sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here.
Mr. Jackson, is this really necessary? Can you move it along? Well, now we see what the broken taillight looks like completely broken, don't we? We now have a nice comparison of the no light whatsoever coming out of that taillight. compared to the left side and compared to what we saw on all those videos. So at least you gave us that, Lally. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You don't see anything. You don't see the brake light. You don't see the running light. Nothing at all in contrast to what we were seeing on those videos. Well, let's show it again. I mean, we can see it from here. You can see it from here. That one rear tail light is on and one is not.
Thank you.
So some hard braking
Your Honor, with the
there.
court's permission, may I publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. But could you move it along, Mr. Jackson?
Please come in, if you could just pause it briefly. Again, Trooper Paul, with reference to what's up on the screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible here.
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking tests, or are we looking at the visibility now?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please rest.
Why aren't you showing us the braking from the inside? I was all ready to watch the speedometer and compare it to the RPMs, see what you get at 24 miles an hour in reverse, because 3,500 RPMs, not very high. It's like fairly normal operating speed.
If I could ask you to just bring it back just a couple of seconds. Pause it there. Trooper Paul, as far as the, this is a closer up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, this may be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and now it shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line further behind the vehicle.
Then in the actual camera view,
The actual camera view shows that's where our puncher bag dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
I don't know
Ms.
what the
Gilman,
big
for the
round
record,
thing
this
is.
About 34 seconds in, if you could press play from here.
Looks like just some kind of gauge. Maybe it's like the AC vent or something. Yeah, so there we can see 3,500 RPM. It's not very high on this car. Pretty
Now,
normal operating range.
Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
He objected. She said, I'm going to allow it. What is he going to tell us that we can't see with our own eyes? If they hit the car or not? Or if we can see the tail light? Which one are we going to get gaslit about? I mean, the vehicle speed, guys, it comes from the tires. It comes from the wheel. It's set in the wheel, and that's why if you change your wheel size, your speedometer is going to be off. You either need to like go in and reset it, or you get some kind of, like, you can get a correction thing that you'll plug into that same port that we've been talking about, the diagnostic port, and you can program it to correct. So like I got a vehicle with ridiculously big wheels on it, and yeah, you have to compensate, because that's all the speedometer is telling you, is it knows what the diameter of the wheels are, and it's measuring the turns of the wheelbase. So it's not telling you, like, because this vehicle traveled over time, it's just telling you how fast the wheels moved. So this isn't proving any distance at all. What would have proved that would have been from the sat nav, the GPS data from the sat nav, that they were unable to recover. Why? Well, we don't know. They didn't have the right equipment. What about her phone? What about GPS from her phone? We're still not talking about that, are we? Traction control matters for Spiel winter travel. Yeah, it probably does. It probably does. We haven't heard anything about traction control from this guy. We've heard about ABS. Nova says, I have to turn traction control off or I can't drive in deep snow. Yeah, could be. Could be. We haven't heard anything about that from this guy. I mean, this is like a brand new car, luxury car, bells and whistles. It's gonna have all the stuff. So I'm not sure that we've ruled out that this is just showing the wheels spinning, because it was trying to get traction. Mr. Paul, at any point did it occur to you to take this vehicle 10 feet over to the right there, where there is a small amount of snow still accumulated on the surface, and try to recreate any of that stuff? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I can't believe what a long argument we're having about whether he's going to be able to give us some opinion about John's Ring camera video. What on earth could he possibly have to add that is helpful that is beyond what we have already seen. And if he's done some type of technical analysis on it, when did he do that, and has he produced it, or are we just hearing about this for the first time right now? Really don't know what's going on at that bench, but I'm having a hard time seeing how we get there. If it's not expert stuff, it's not helpful. If it is expert stuff, it needed to have been disclosed, consistent with the rules. Remember, the Commonwealth is trying to get all of the defense's witnesses thrown out, their experts thrown out, not because they didn't disclose stuff, but he doesn't like the words they used. Yeah, you got to disclose that. So if they didn't do that, shouldn't be coming in. Shouldn't be coming in. So she, yeah, somehow managed to do all this without hitting the curb, because she probably would have gouged the curb, you think, hitting it at that speed. Leave a mark. The road was not straight. We looked at the photos of the road. The road is not straight. The road has a curve. If she's traveling 60 feet, you could see those X points on his own diagram, where they have it line up with the drone. And he explained those points were about 50 feet apart. So yeah, you can see it would be, more than 50 feet. You'd be in that curve. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, I'm not going to pretend I've never hit a curb. I've hit a curb. Yeah, it does. It'll scrape up your tire. It'll mess up your rim. It'll mess up your alignment. I mean, wouldn't hitting John alone be enough to mess up her alignment? I don't know. Maybe not enough to matter. But yes, you'll ding up the rims. Out of the Blue says, my past 4 cars have had ABS, none worked in snow. I've got ABS on one of mine, but you can turn it off. Otherwise, haven't really had it. I have ABS on my sports car, and it's fine. I don't know. It's fine. I mean, as much as a rear-wheel drive light little car can be in the snow, we have a little bit of problem here at our house because our road sits below. We're on like a cul-de-sac, and you come out onto the main road, and our road sits below it. So right at the end, you got to kind of come up this hill. So we get any snow in the winter, I can't get my car out. I can't get my car out because you sit on this hill. And my little rear wheels just spin and spin and spin and spin. They can't get me enough oomph to get going up and over that hill. I'd have to chain up and stuff. I don't want to chain up. I don't want to chain up my little sports car. So I make my husband drive me around. But I don't know that it's the ABS. It's just rear wheel drive. I don't know. Brian says Turtle Boy recreated the scenario with a lighter Lexus. I could only get up to 19 miles an hour.
You are unmuted.
I mean, 24 seems pretty
I want to
fast.
send you home for the day because the lawyers and I are staying, and Trooper, I'm going to ask you to stay. Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I have to talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently
So not
as
getting
possible.
across. They got it done.
Next week, we will
Wally's
be
going to make them have to
in session
argue.
here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses
to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday you will be off, we'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week. Okay, so we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So, those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
Jurors, follow me, please.
Yeah, boy, they didn't miss anything good, did they? Oh, brother. That poor alternate now had to sit up, pay attention,
Thank you. Be seated.
try to take notes.
So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Now, Trooper Paul, as I was asking you before, with respect to, have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue depicting the defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
Your Honor, to save time, I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Okay.
Both. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman, you show yours, and then I'm going to ask for the defense.
153.
So we're going to show both.
Now, Trooper, from your observations from this video, at some point,
Very bright
this
red
vehicle
tail
either
light
comes
right
close or
there at
makes
the back.
contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some point, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance that you observe, significance of the impact between the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe on his vehicle at that time?
At the photos or now?
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect
He's
to
gonna
the
say she
contact
didn't hit it
between
'cause
the
there's no
defendant's vehicle
snow?
and victim Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play at this.
Who cares if the snow moved? If the wheel moved. You can't see all the snow.
All right. Can I see the other video?
And there's that tail light.
Please.
Bright and clear. I should update the banner, right? Make it clear that this is a voir dire.
Yes, I think it's on, I know it's in evidence, but I think it's on your computer, your hard drive.
Yeah, where we clearly see it move. You gonna try to tell us it didn't move?
All right. Thank you. Okay, could you turn the lights on, please?
Your Honor, if I could, there's just two photographs that I'd like to.
Sure.
Purposes.
They're going to
Ms. Gilman, if I could
scientifically
have,
prove
what's
her
now
car
been marked
didn't
as
move
Exhibit
with this guy.
549.
His car didn't move.
And before you do that, what is
Maybe let
the
him.
exhibit we just saw through
Maybe
your
let him,
IT
Jackson.
person? What
It's
number?
the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It's just magnified for purposes of this, of showing it. In other words, the magnification is not embedded in the video. It's
Okay.
the same video.
Okay,
We just magnified it.
okay.
Here you go.
All right, thank you.
Oh my lord. Yeah, Jackson,
ahead,
let
Mr.
him let him gaslight us. I mean,
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, and which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
It's the rear, John O'Keefe's car.
is
The
that
driver's
very
side, is that correct?
undetailed?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, kind of you see it
All right,
from.
what was the answer? I didn't hear.
Sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. And sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Now, as far
She
as
hit him
the
at like half a mile an
impacts,
hour.
let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection.
We need a foundation on this.
Yeah, he does.
So, Trooper, over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time with the cars unit?
I've been primarily on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involves vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
This is
Now,
not a
with respect,
foundation to how much
that
force is
experience
required.
In relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
So obviously the higher the speed, the more damage, the lower speed, the less damage.
And what, if any, from the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, is that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
It is not consistent with the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
For one thing, the collision, the tail light is, what I say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground. And there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some sort of scratching, maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And with respect to, I think you just answered it. So as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the taillight of the defendant?
He just said a scratch or
It would
dent.
be probably higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of voir dire, I need to hear all of this.
Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal. Maybe it would crack a tail light or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different.
The speed might crack a taillight, you think?
Also, you know, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle and a collision sequence?
The bumper is, you know, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle from one vehicle to another vehicle. And it kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, you know, tail lights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
So in order,
So you might
from
like
your
scratch your
experience as
bumper?
far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles, the speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have specifically as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a like little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also the bumper in itself, and here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
So just explain how
finally,
this
sir,
fits.
in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection.
No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
And again, sir, why not?
For thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no damage to that, significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Did you ever put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
What do you mean?
You just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
No,
He's fired
I'm
up.
confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light. We're talking about the tail light.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the tail light? Are we talking about the bumper?
Yeah, we were talking about the taillight.
So, one person at a time, you both are talking over each other.
Simmer down there, Jackson.
You started
Save your
talking
heat
about
for
the bumpers.
tomorrow.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
You said, well, you'd expect one of them to like slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
Yes or no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the Traverse,
this is a voir dire. I need the information, Mr.
you asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
And I said,
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but
Mr. Jackson, just for, there's no jury here.
I
This
realize
is,
that.
this is for purposes of what I have to
He's
move on.
pissed.
The more information I have, the better off I am in being
But he
able
does
to
need to
move on.
simmer.
Let me take a breath.
So this is, and this
Keep
is,
your powder dry,
this is you
Mr.
trying to keep
Jackson.
the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test where you backed the Lexus up against the Traverse?
we did not.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No.
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
No.
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
Haven't done any testing. I've seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever had a
yes.
crash?
Have you had a half a
where
mile an
you've
hour speed
investigated, the
crash?
Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour.
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the Reconstructionist. Give me an estimate of how fast you think that SUV was going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like 1-2 miles per hour?
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question. That wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that have made contact at about 1 mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I've been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts.
Okay. How low speed?
Like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes.
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstance? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right. Or you
Like
might
can
see
just be
nothing,
buffed right out.
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Have I gone to crashes that I've seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube, makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
Not normally. It's usually something with car and car impacts.
Like, what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right, against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You will still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
No.
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal analysis here.
You admit, you got to agree with me, that there are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking, right?
Say again, like at least.
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Lally.
I'm trying to answer your question. Sorry, yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up.
Might crack a taillight.
Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? At a low speed impact.
A taillight might crack in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question.
Show him the tail light.
Come close, yep.
The lit up tail light.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them from side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, and I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Traverse.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to why there's this two different paint materials there that why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact, you don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what right?
Yeah, I suggested that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yes. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did come in contact with the bumper to bumper, but I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse move in that video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I don't really know. It's been a little while.
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
Like a year ago, I think.
Okay. So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right here? I'm looking at your entire CARS report.
Yes.
Did you put anything in this CARS report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and I watched it first time on court TV. So
who on court TV during this trial?
Like
prior hearing?
No, when it was on TV at some point.
When did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about you testifying about this video?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
A couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago? Is it 10 days ago?
Days ago? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? Two?
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Was that at your request or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing.
Right. Well,
Or pre-trial conference, sorry.
Done?
Yep. Yes.
We're talking over each other. We're trying not to talk over each other.
I'm trying not either.
Let's both try harder.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
For my pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay.
Paul.
Adam Lally.
Was that so
Who
hard?
was at the meeting?
Right, sitting right here, Lieutenant Tolley.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Ms. Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct.
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not the impact you saw or lack thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
Yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes.
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think I just, well, no, it's not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balances.
Question,
And for what I want to
Paul.
talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had
My
what?
checks and balances, sorry.
Checks and balances.
Just make sure
Where are your
I'm
notes
more on the
was the
same page of
question.
what we understand, what's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's going on in trial?
Yes.
All right. Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Ms. McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if there were people who were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our conference.
Did you give him an opinion? We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, 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 I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Known for
What
2
did you
weeks
tell
and
him
didn't disclose
in the
it.
meeting?
what we talked about already in the stand here.
Okay. So what you related to him was exactly what you've relayed in this court.
Yes.
All right. And he asked you, sorry, he told you that he was going to ask, I'm going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
Yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
He told me the video and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So they asked my opinion on, do they think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he said, and he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me to make sure jurors, that's my opinion on, it doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be, that it was inconsistent with the taillight break?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No.
But you knew it would be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw, my professional opinion on what it is. If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments are not appropriate for the jury. They're also not
jury's
very
not
good
here.
for me, Mr. Jackson.
Understood, Your Honor. Did you formalize your new opinion? Because this is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you could then turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Did you save those notes that you took about making sure that you were on the same page as Mr. Lally?
Yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of highlighted stuff that I want to make sure I've memorized and remember my report.
Okay. I'm talking about notes specifically about this video, seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
No, I didn't have notes specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
Did you write anything down about the new opinion that you had come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
I'm just moving on.
Yep.
And your opinion ultimately that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr. Lally?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Trooper, you are all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah, with the whole it's not appropriate for the jury, and then catch yourself, it's not appropriate for me either. No, she just forgot what she was berating him about. Yeah, he was losing his temper. This guy annoyed him. I don't blame him at all. He's pissed. They played sandbag. This stupid opinion. Okay, this is dumb. Look at that look.
All right. So you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's very clear that this is a blatant violation. Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert's going to testify to on direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe. This new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Sarah, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just was it light out or was it dark out? This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented both in open or talked about in
the
open
discovery
statement
rule.
and have presented variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right and that taillight lens could be cracked. That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing, and even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded. Because it's a discovery violation, it's late. We don't have time to prepare for it, and we're caught off guard. I use the word at sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
But that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word, let's just take it out of here, make your point, okay?
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well,
I feel like
I understand your argument, so focus on, just continue where you were, but
Give
no
him the
comment
rule,
whether I like
Jackson.
ambush
Give her
or
the
don't like
rule.
ambush. It's a word I've heard
Language
a
of the
lot on
rule.
both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of you. We didn't have opportunity to get this in advance. It's at least, very least, been in the Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can throw him. I think he did take notes about it. He was shown the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was providing a new opinion. And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of the 16 jurors, 15 jurors. We would ask for its exclusion, Your Honor. And I'll submit.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the pattern, especially coming from counsel, I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Sarif, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony. It was crossed about whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony. As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned, that was regarding reciprocal discovery that was given to the Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question of Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am still...
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
Understood.
Stick to what the arguments are. And
With respect to this witness...
Hold on. Quit the finger pointing, name calling, things like that, please.
Yes.
I know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day. But just focus on what you want to argue to me.
And I apologize to the court for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm as a crash reconstructionist. This is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving damage to vehicles. Simply making an observation of contact between two vehicles or purported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise. And should be permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure to the defense?
That's the issue.
Showing this video.
The issue is the non-disclosure.
What about that?
So, Your Honor, what I would say is I did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of while the case was pending, probably over a year ago. That he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the taillight observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Why wasn't that turned over?
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
Yeah, it should have been. That's what the rule says.
So it's late. I'm not ruling here. I want to review everything.
Oh, God.
I would like, I'm not obviously taking any of the evidence home with me. I would like, if it's possible, for what your IT person did on the expanding, like he did this second time, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the tire move this time. So I'd like that. I'd like that video, and I would like, what's the exhibit number here?
It's Exhibit 6. Do you want just that video, Your Honor?
And the pictures of the cars. Whatever was shown during this voir dire, I would like those emailed to me so that I can look at them this weekend while I'm deciding, or put them on a flash drive right now.
That's
It
what
doesn't matter what they are, Bev. The issue is the timing, and you know that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We'll do a screen record and get it to the court by email. We can do that. I just need an hour once we get back to home base.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gilman, will you burn what you have for me before we leave somehow?
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to close one loop.
Okay.
What I was referring to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times. The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, it's not the only thing, but what I was referring to with Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, et cetera. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony that was in the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No.
All right, so I'll see you Monday morning.
All rise.
You are unmuted.
Okay. Go ahead and, oops, I didn't mean to do that, but I'll get it off the screen. Okay, guys, Massachusetts Criminal Procedure Rule 14, pretrial discovery, subsection A, procedures for discovery, subsection A1, automatic discovery, A1A, mandatory discovery for the defendant. The prosecution shall disclose to the defense and permit the defense to discover, inspect, and copy each of the following items and information at or prior to the pretrial conference, provided it is relevant to the case and is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor, persons under the prosecutor's direction and control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in the case. Subsection 6. This is small Latin numeral 6. Intended expert evidence, opinion evidence, other than evidence that pertains to the defendant's criminal responsibility and is subject to B2, which is psychological stuff. Such discovery shall include the identity, curriculum vitae, and list of publications of each intended expert witness and all reports prepared by the expert that pertain to the case. But the opinion evidence, intended expert opinion evidence, you have to disclose that. You have to disclose that. You don't get to just make up new opinions and not disclose them. If it's not for the discovery violation, she lets this in, no question. She says, "Oh no, you get to cross-examine on it. You know, your objections that this is trash go to the weight, not to the admissibility. He's got the training that they consider adequate and relevant to be able to offer opinions about, you know, pretty much everything under the sun. You guys are getting a front row seat to the frustration that is expert testimony in criminal courts. A cop goes to some training and now he's an expert and now he gets to talk to us about, forces, and he's not doing any math. Is he doing any math up there? Does he even know what material the taillight is made out of? I mean, no, he doesn't know anything at all. But that's really par for the course. And the answer would be, well, you get to cross-examine. You get to go ahead and have your own expert. Have your own expert go ahead and just respond to that. Or just deal with it on cross. Point out to him on cross-examination that he doesn't know what he's talking about. But there's a discovery violation, okay? And Rule 14 has already reared its head multiple times in this case. Didn't get to use the social media photographs under 14. You know, didn't get to admit those because they weren't disclosed. They had them before, even though it was impeachment or rebuttal or whatever. Nope, she said you still have to disclose that under Rule 14, and you didn't, so you don't get to admit those into evidence. So it better be good for the gander when it's good for the goose. Okay. Yeah, I don't blame him using the word ambush because that's what it is. And she doesn't like that word. That's the word the case law uses. We don't do trial by ambush in the United States. We don't do that. You lay out your cards ahead of time. You don't just have have your expert on a stand and immediately go into something that you haven't disclosed. So the discovery violation should win this one for Mr. Jackson. But okay, if it doesn't, and she lets this in, honestly, it might not hurt. It might be good for the defense because his stuff wasn't sounding too bad so far. He's got this fancy sounding chart and he's explained, how it worked and how he did his calculations and how he worked back to where this is, this is what she was doing at Fairview, right? That was the mileage. It was looking all right, but if he gets on the stand and no, he didn't see the wheel move, and it might help the defense because it's just like Mr. Jackson is pointing out, this is there's common sense stuff here. Okay. I put photos on my Twitter of weeks ago, backed out of the garage, hit my husband's car, broke my tail light. Absolutely not a dent, not a scratch, nothing on his, absolutely nothing. We all know that can happen. We all know that can happen. Everybody knows that can happen. Everybody has had that instance of like backing out in the grocery store, a little close. Oops, you make contact, but there's no damage. So it's fine. You go on your way. Everybody has done that. So it might honestly just kind of help him if it comes in anyway, because it makes him look not very credible. But I tell you what, if he does get to do it, I sure would love Mr. Jackson to point out those two videos. Let's look at the difference here. Let's look at the taillight when she's backing out, when she's pulling out of that driveway at 5 a.m. Look how red that is and all lit up. And then look at it in your drive test video that you just showed us. And not a single part of it. No red coming from it at all. Not a thing. I would love to see him do that. Let's go ahead and revisit those on cross. You open the door in opening. You open the door on direct. Might as well go ahead and cover it all. Well, guys, I am going to try to do what I can to sort of reconstruct what we saw from this guy. We saw, of course, the diagram of the scene, which is, of course, pretty imprecise. He gave us this very general reconstruction of how it happened. Didn't explain like how the forces would work, what kind of injury that would leave. If it hit him and threw him off to the side, where did it hit him? You're spending all this time now telling us the bumper is the point of contact. That's the whole point. It protrudes out beyond the car to keep you from hitting the taillight. So somehow, he still hit the taillight, but he has no injury. 42 to 50 inches off the ground. It's about knee level. He's got no knee injury. No leg, nothing like that. Maybe it's a little higher. I don't know. I think that's about where it would be on a guy that height. So he doesn't have that injury. The taillight scratches are what caused his arm. We knew somebody was gonna put that out there. The taillight scratched up his arm. How did he give us any sort of mechanical explanation of that at all? How did his right arm, how did it get scratched from here? Can't really see on the camera. From like here to here in that different pattern. How did that happen on the taillight? It doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. So then he got flipped and he might have hit his head on the curb, but his head wasn't near the curb when he landed, was it? It wasn't anywhere near the curb. And if he split his head open on the curb, he bled all over the ground. He bled everywhere from a 2-inch, was it a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head? It was something big, 1.5 inches. We haven't heard from the medical examiner yet. We'll get something precise from her. Big old gash on the back of his head, and those things bleed and bleed and bleed and bleed. Yeah, he would have bled all over. He would have bled all over. And how did his blood, by the way, end up all down the front and back of his clothes? All down, all dripped down the front of his pants and onto his insole? How does that work? When you just got hit and rotated and your head hit the curb, but didn't stop there. But then you ended up, and somehow, by the way, that didn't cause like a neck injury or something, you know, a sudden deceleration of the head. Look at that sometime. Look at what the sudden deceleration of the head will do. It causes injury on the opposite side. Now, I don't know what his brain injury is, but that's your linear momentum for you. That's how momentum works. You're moving fast, something hits your head and you stop moving, your brain keeps going. Your brain keeps going and your brain collides with your skull. And so your injury is on that other side. It's on the opposite side of the laceration because you're moving. Boy, what a mess. What a mess from this guy. So what do we have as far as this crash data? I mean, it's what I suspected. It's what I suspected. No, this is not direct data. This is not GPS data showing movement. This is not. This is just math stuff. They got some engine data. They got some engine data, and the wheels turned on a slick road where the ice is starting to stick. And that's what they're using to say she got up to 24 miles an hour in reverse over 60 some feet in like 5 seconds. I'm not sure how that even works. I again, there's no, because this is trash. There's no math here. You know, this hasn't been broken down. What kind of torque does this car have in reverse to be able to accelerate like that at that speed over that distance? I don't know, but he made it sound real technical, didn't it? Because he used the words. Let me just find them. Acceleration factor. He told us he calculated an acceleration factor. Didn't tell us what the hell that meant or how he did it or why it mattered. But it sure made it sound sciencey, didn't it? It sure made it sound really, really sciencey. And then they went out and did some driving. So no crash data. This is all diagnostic stuff. No crash data. Nothing that happened here was significant enough to get an airbag deployment, to get that kind of trigger. I'm going to be interested to find out, does the ACM only record data when the airbag actually controls? I don't think so. When it deploys, I don't think so, because he's describing how the ACM, it collects all this data in order to evaluate what does it need to do to keep the occupant safe. Does it need to deploy the airbag? Does it need to tighten the seatbelt? Okay, tighten a seatbelt can be pretty sensitive stuff, right? If you're accelerating really fast, you're getting pulled around. Is the car going to tighten your seatbelt? Because the car is moving in reverse, you're getting pulled forward. Seems like maybe it would. I don't know. I'm going to be interested to find out. So it's this stuff that looks fancy, but it's pretty empty. you know, it's pretty empty because they're just kind of deliberately not telling us what the significance of these sources of data are. You know, the vehicle speed, they want to get to the vehicle speed, but they're not telling us what that means, what that's an actual recording of. That's a recording of wheel movements. It's a calculation of wheel rotation. That's all it is. That's all it is. RPMs, 3,500 was as high as it got. Guys, it's not that high, and reverse is a low gear because you're starting from zero. It's a high torque gear, so you are, you know, initiating the movement of this very heavy 7,000-pound vehicle. So it's a very low gear. 3,500 RPM. I mean, yes, cars will vary. Cars will vary how much engine rotation you need for different speeds, different kind of realms of, you know, ranges of operation. 3,500 for me in my car is like driving in third at 35 miles an hour. Like, it's a little bit high. It's about to where, like, maybe you could start to shift to fourth, but I wouldn't. I'm not going to shift to fourth on 35 mile an hour road. It's pretty normal. You know, if you're really accelerating towards the limits of this vehicle's capacity, which he's saying the fastest they were able to get it to accelerate to in reverse was 25. Is that what he said? Yeah. Yeah, went up to 25 to see how fast you could get there. How fast could you get to 25 miles an hour? He didn't give us that answer, did he? He didn't actually tell us what distance did you have to cover in order to accelerate in reverse up to 25 miles an hour. Don't know, but you know, yeah, typically when you're flooring it and you're going to the maximum capacity for that engine, you're going to redline it. You're going to redline the RPMs. You're not going to be sitting there at 3,500. And so this just sounds to me like, you know, I haven't seen anything inconsistent with, well, she was just spinning her wheels here. And very convenient. They couldn't get that data from the nav system because that's where the GPS is. That's where the GPS is. It's there in your satellite navigation system. That gives you your directions, tells you where to go, replots your course when you make the wrong turn. It's all in there, but they couldn't get to that. And apparently couldn't get it off her phone either. So, I don't know. Me, I'm a skeptic. I'm looking at all this. I am thoroughly unimpressed with what the Commonwealth delivered here. But I'm not the jury. I'm not the jury. And they gave us those fancy looking charts and their explanations and stuff. So could this have had an impact? Maybe. 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 But we also know Mr. Yannetti said, wait for our case. Wait for us. You'll be glad you did. And I wonder if the jury has thought back on that at all. I wonder if they're paying attention to that, because we know their experts are coming. We know their experts are coming. And I'm here to tell you right now, okay, PhD accident reconstructionists, you are going to get the showing your work on a level far beyond anything we get from this guy. This guy's showing your work is, here's what I did. Here's what I looked at. Here's a video of what I did. And here's my conclusion. Okay, none of his math, none of his reworking, nothing like that. I'd be willing to bet we're going to get something pretty different from the defense experts. So, oh guys, yeah, what a day. What a day. This has been a lot of chaos today. Been a lot for everyone. I don't blame Judge Bev for pointing out that it's been a long day. Mr. Jackson, boy, was he hot. He was hot. He did not like that one bit. I mean, I don't blame him. I'd be upset too. I don't know that it does you a lot of good to be letting that out in court like that. But you know, we're all human. We're all human. It is what it is. He's having to handle this stuff on the fly as it comes up. And getting a surprise like that, yeah, I'd probably be pretty pissed too. So can't really hold that too much against him. Well, 2 witnesses for the day. We're still 20 plus on the list, but we're supposed to be okay. And now Bev's schedule here, right? We got Bev's schedule. That was one of the most important things that I took note of in our testimony today, in the whole situation. Get to that part of my notes here, right before the voir dire, when she let the jury go. Coming back Monday, and then Tuesday they're not going to be in. Wednesday is a federal holiday, and Thursday is a full day and a half day on Friday. So if we're still on schedule and we're consistent with what Mr. Jackson told us yesterday, he told us the Commonwealth would rest on Tuesday. Well, apparently we're not going to have court on Tuesday. That's when they'll be doing those voir dires of the defense witnesses. So it would be Thursday. It would be at some point on Thursday. And then that means the defense is getting about a week, maybe, to put on their case after the Commonwealth has had 8. That seems to be how it's working. But it definitely means we're narrowing things down. There's just no way. They're calling everybody else they have left. We're getting the medical examiner, and I don't know who else we're getting. You know, that might be it. We got to get Guarino. The cell phone extraction. He's got to play us those voice messages. That's got to be it. I just don't see, with the pace of how they do things, and with Mr. Lally, with all this wasted time running out the clock on stuff. Here's what we did. Here's photographs of what we did. Here's videos of what we did that the photographs are screenshots of. And we gotta go through all of that. Okay, we're not gonna wait and see if the defense challenges it, and then maybe it would be appropriate to rehab our witness by showing some of that stuff. No, we got to drag through all of it the first time, and we've got to use our own terms, exemplar, and then ask the witness to define them for us. So annoying. Just so annoying. Such a terrible, terrible presentation. So yeah, we're getting close, guys. We're getting close. Full day Monday. We're not even all the way done with 2 witnesses here. You know, we're like one and a half, because we're not at cross yet. So we gotta be getting close. Can't be looking at finish this guy's cross on Monday, get the medical examiner, get Guarino, and then we're done. I just don't see a lot more than that. You know, the cross of the medical examiner is going to be extensive. The direct is going to be extensive. They're going to have to walk us through all the details. They're going to want to take a million photos, all the measurements, all of this, all of that, you know, because Lally's going to try to drown us in details once again, instead of bringing to our attention what's important, what matters and is consistent with the theory of your case, Mr. Lally. None of that. No, we're just gonna get buried in everything in the hopes that maybe we won't ask, maybe we'll confuse this volume of information with some of it having quality. So guys, yeah, been a little bit of a long day. Thanks so much for hanging out with me for this whole time, sticking with it. Stephanie H., how can they do this when they didn't even take measurements of any of the evidence? This is going to the diagram. It's demonstrative. At least I'm assuming it's demonstrative. And so they have a lot of flexibility to be able to do that. And the jury gets to give it what weight they want. On cross-examination, Mr. Jackson can point out, these are approximations. You didn't do measurements. You just kind of had Mr. Gallagher show you the general area where John was, and you have no idea if that's accurate or not. You don't know where his head was, where his feet were. and none of that's depicted on the diagram. That's one of the reasons why, you know, you would like that little crime scene outline. I'm doing this because just, you know, the outline, you know, just outline a human figure, even just a stick figure on this map, on this diagram, to show me his orientation. Okay, because it all needs to be consistent with what you're telling me. Because from what I remember, his head was on the tail end of the car direction, and his feet were on the front end of the car. No, the other way around. The other way around. Sorry, because I'm getting north and south confused. His head was away from the house, and his feet were towards the house. Isn't that right? Isn't that how he was oriented? So he got hit somehow, you know, in a way that it didn't make him flip. He says it rotated him, but how did he end up in this orientation? I don't know. Didn't get very well explained. So it's just all going to come out on cross. You know, he's going to get to probe. He's going to get to probe all of those limitations and point all of this kind of stuff out. Science Sleuth, if we take the reconstruction at face value for a moment, it indicates to me that he would have been hit by the front of a car, not the back. Thoughts? I mean, it's so hard to know exactly what this guy is saying happened because he didn't give us any sort of visual. He's just trying to describe things in these terms that we're all having to imagine in our own minds what he means. And that's not good beyond a reasonable doubt, because if I don't have the same picture in my mind as you do, we might have very different conclusions about how realistic that kind of process is. The thing that I noticed as far as being hit in the front versus being hit in the back is now they're saying that the data is consistent with her doing a U-turn or a 3-point turn at the same mileage. So not like before they drove to 34 Fairview. It's going to be right there, 8 minutes before this other incident. So when did that happen? Because none of the witnesses reported seeing that happen. And Jen McCabe testified, no, it drove off facing the same direction. Nobody testified to a 3-point turn. So maybe that's just going back to how this data isn't reliable. Okay? Maybe the data isn't reliable here. It looks like a 3-point turn, but maybe it's just spinning in the snow. Maybe it's having a hard time getting traction. I don't know. It's one of these things. Do we believe the data or do we believe the witnesses? It's a little bit challenging. Desert Cat, where John's head rested would be important in this testimony. No, exactly what I'm just saying. Yes, his orientation matters a lot, because you got to explain how he ended up there in that position. How did he end up there? So I would think that that's something pretty important that the jury is going to want to have explained to him, and I don't think they got that explanation today. John Scott, if defense has data proving 227 search, I'd expect a question asking if Google data is a better search source for search time. Yeah, that would have been a good question. It would have been a preview, kind of plant that seed. So maybe it means they don't have it. I don't know. I would think just overall they would have come into that cross with a lot more confidence if they knew they could prove. If they knew they could prove the Google search happened at 227, either you don't cross her at all, either you don't cross her at all, because it doesn't matter. You're gonna be able to come in and debunk it all with your own person, with your own stuff. Or yeah, you're gonna have something like this. You're just gonna come with something more confident than, well, but it can't be excluded. Well, no, Mr. Yannetti, it can't, but it's because you can't disprove a negative. You can't prove or disprove a negative. If there's no proof for it, you can't say absolutely no, it never happened. But you need to have, there needs to be something to support that. So Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like maybe that 2:27 a.m. Google search didn't happen, you know? Maybe it didn't. I don't think it matters for the overall case, but I can see the explanation. It seems convoluted and technical, and I don't understand exactly, you know, how all that stuff works, but it made sense. It's just a particular kind of data that's stored to track something else than the Google search. And when you look at the data's, you know, for the Google search that gets stored, it doesn't show the 2:27 a.m. Hoslong to dying cold. So we'll just have to see what happens with that. But I thought the Commonwealth definitely did a good job with that today, as far as poking holes in that timeline of that Google search. Plain Iron, how long did they plan this? It seems almost too good, but too many holes. I think this is getting to the data, the crash data stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It does seem, I don't know, convenient. And that'll be the argument from the Commonwealth, right? Well, it's just a remarkable coincidence that she happened to have these trigger incidents right when we're alleging that an accident happened, you know, and the defense is going to say, well, it's just a coincidence. It was an innocent explanation. Maybe. It's just that the rest of the stuff, it's got to line up. You got to rule out the alternative explanations here, and it doesn't make up for the rest of the holes that we still have. Where's the rest of the glass? Why is John's body and clothing the way that it is? Et cetera, et cetera. Why are all these other people acting so shady, running around calling each other and then pretending they didn't? Bad weather makes sense. It makes sense. They could argue, well, then why not other times? You know, why not when the weather was worse, picking it up at John's house and going to Dighton, you know, in there. Yeah, the roads were plowed by then, maybe. I don't know. But it'll be interesting to see what that defense explanation is. Kyle Coden, thousands of runs for me, 0 haunt me, few I ponder. I'm not sure what that's getting at, if that's at data stuff. Don't know. Sorry, Kyle. Wish I'd caught that when it came up. L. Fliggins. CW started with motive and reverse engineered a manner. Yeah, it does kind of sound that way. He sort of came out and said it, right? Well, no, we didn't bother to look at it in the dark because we'd already decided she intended to do it. So we didn't look at evidence that might have tended to prove it was an accident. That seems to be pretty much what he said. If it's intentional, then it doesn't matter. We just verified the systems were working. Yeah, that's the reverse engineering that I was talking about before that tends to make my hackles rise a little bit. When you're doing that in a forensic context, that's not the right way to go about it. Lorraine H., can we get a satellite shot of the lawn at 0100? I wish that'd be nice if we could, if Google happened to catch that, or, you know, one of those NSA satellites, which I'm sure doesn't exist. You know, none of those things exist up there tracking us 24/7 all the time. None of that. Yeah. Be good if we could get some of that. Mike from Providence. Since getting the data from Apple seems so confusing, can't the defense get info directly from Google? Sure, Google would be able to tell the defense exactly when they sent the Google search results to the iPhone. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that yes, you would look at the Google server, and we keep saying they've got a Google employee on their witness list. Don't know exactly what that person is on the witness list for. But, I mean, this would make sense. This would make sense for why you would be calling that person. Everybody else that we've heard, none of these are Android people, right? These are all Apple people. So what would you need Google for besides Google related services? And what are the Google related services that are important here? Well, the other one I will say is location history. That location history, a lot of that is from Google, the GPS stuff. So it could be that, could be the search. Don't know. Guess we'll find out. Debbie Feisencook. Hi, Andrea. Thanks for streaming this. Alita is flying today, so happy to spend time with you. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope Alita has a good, safe trip. I don't envy her. I don't like traveling. I don't like flying. It's like the worst part of any trip. I love just being there, but that whole time in the airport and everything, ugh, nightmare. So thank you for joining us. Amanda Hubbard, since Lily already asked Hyde about defendant's expert's opinion, do court rules allow for her to be recalled in rebuttal to say the same thing again, or is she basically burned as a witness now? She can only be called to respond to what came up in the defense's case. So if they bring up something that she already addressed, can they recall her? It'll be up to Bev. It'll be up to the judge. You know, is that duplicative? It should be. It's grounds to be excluded, but will she actually exclude it? Will she say, no, Mr. Lally, you already elicited this? I don't know. I have my doubts. And the reality is, Lally would just call her, put her on the stand, start asking, the questions anyway. And it will be on the defense to object and to make that argument. And, then it's up to the judge. But they are limited by responding to the scope of his case in chief, Mr. Jackson's case on this. So she doesn't get to just repeat herself for its own sake. It would have to be responsive to something that he had to say. Liam 007, tank W TKO by way of severed vertebrae. I don't know anything about what that means, but thank you for the super chat. Just because. Anyone else feel like sometimes Judge Cannoni yelling out yes is like, no, I was not falling asleep during Lally's questioning or dull testimony? Yes. Yes, you can. I can see it. I can definitely see it. I talk about, we talk about the Lally buy and the Lally haze and the Lally doze. We talk about this and joke about this. And guys, we get to entertain ourselves. I get to talk. You guys get to chat. We get to have all these other sources to keep us entertained, even if we're not necessarily laser focused on what's happening in the court, because it's just so excruciatingly hypnotic from it's soporific. I keep saying hypnotic, but it's soporific. It puts you to sleep. It's stupefying. Makes you dumber, feels like sometimes. Imagine that poor jury. That poor jury is sitting in there with nothing to entertain themselves but what is going on in that courtroom. And the only way to distract themselves from the lullaby is what? Looking around at the other people in the courtroom, checking the clock, twiddling your thumbs. Maybe they got some doodlers there on the jury with their pads. You can just sit there and sketch, doodle. I mean, I just feel so bad for them. It's got to be absolutely painful. Sentient Dreamer, crime scene plus Sally Port equals LEOs telling on themselves. Yeah, I found that lingo pretty amusing. I mean, is this still just the crime scene can be anything because we're still covering for Proctor saying he recovered the phone at the scene. So the scene now needs to be Canton Police Department because in nobody else's world is anybody calling the police department the crime scene unless a crime is committed there. Well, yeah, here's the argument. Were there crimes committed there? Obstruction of justice types of crimes committed there? That would be the tell, wouldn't it? Timothy Torigian, I guess 45-piece taillight explosion didn't work. I don't know how we're going to explain that still. I mean, none of that's on the diagram. This guy's had all this time to develop a new opinion about the video that he saw on court TV of Karen Reed backing out of the driveway and hitting John's car and making that wheel move. But he hasn't had time to go in and account for the other 42 pieces of taillight that didn't get mapped up on his diagram and explain to me exactly how this works with this linear momentum principle that you've elaborated on for us. How exactly does that work? That this taillight ends up, some of it right there in the street, like right near where it happened, right near the shoe, and some of it flew all the way up to that flagpole. Didn't have time to figure out that part of your opinion? I can't wait for this cross. This cross is going to be epic, and especially now that this guy's got Jackson pissed. He's going to take off the gloves for this one. Frank Philippus, smoking gun. Compare the broken taillight photo to the ring footage of Lexus leaving home. Passenger taillight clearly illuminates red, not white. These photos are actually what I have on today's thumbnail. This is today's thumbnail, that video of the car leaving. That is what we've seen from the ring video at 5 some in the morning. Plainly lit up on the right side. And I really do. I hope Mr. Jackson catches it. If anybody is watching, whoever is watching this, if anybody is watching this that communicates back with the team, please show him those videos side by side, his reconstruction from the exterior that Mr. Lally played, where you can see that taillight not lighting up one single bit, not one tiny little bit, in contrast to the left side one that's still working. And then compare that to the ring video, because we're going to get them both in direct. They're both at issue. Please do it for me. You don't even have to make a point about it. You can just bring it up. Just leave it there. The jury will get it. Britt Cormier, just to make sure I have this correct, they are saying that she went from 0 to however fast to kill him and stopped again on wet roads before hitting the other car with the plow or going into the yard. Just checking. Yeah, they stop at that slow deceleration, right? I don't know if that's where the data ends. I guess maybe that's where the data ends, or is that where they chose to end the data? It's this triggering event thing, right? That they pulled from the Lexus safety system. What was it called? Tech. Got to get that right. TechStream. Toyota TechStream. So yeah, they record data for diagnostic purposes. And we don't know. I don't know. Did they cherry pick these little sections? Was there more that was available, or is this all that the system captured? I don't know. But yeah, they showed that slow deceleration down to 23, and yeah, she didn't hit any other vehicle. Certainly didn't hit Brian Higgins's Jeep that was parked right there, according to all of them. Didn't hit the Jeep. Didn't hit the curb. Seemingly. No damage to the curb. No damage to the rim of her tire, of her wheel. Around a curve at that. Does seem pretty hard to put that one together. Oh, Deviline Snow is here. Welcome, girl. Became a YouTube member. John Beattybot. On flip side, phone accelerometer might record quite a move on impact. Did we see this? Did car record its path regardless of airbag? We're waiting for Guarino for the phone, right? It's got to be Guarino for the phone. We got the CSLI data from Tully, but the phone itself and what they extracted from the phone, they're waiting for Guarino for that stuff. So that's where all the location data is, and all of that type of information is going to be from that extraction. So we'll see what he has to say. We'll see what he has to say. I mean, yeah, you would expect to get the movements associated with this recorded on her phone. Her phone is moving, right? So you'd expect to see that. 3 craters. I am starting to understand why there was such a high failure rate for the certification test with these guys. I am so not impressed with this crash reconstruction guy. The people from the outside are all right. The only ones, I mean, I guess I don't hate the lab people. I didn't even dislike the hair lady. Like, okay, you know, you fail the test. It happens. Everybody slacks sometimes. You know, maybe just wasn't real into that day or something. I don't know. But I haven't really, you know, and the girl that put all the taillight pieces back together, she was just so earnest about that whole process and everything she did, and the way she organized it. Like, you could tell this is just a very detail oriented person who loves all like organizing. Like, I just imagine her closet, you know, and her closet is probably organized by color and season and, you know, frequency of wear and stuff like that. That's how I picture her after describing how she did that reconstruction with the taillight. And the guy that did the retrograde extrapolation, I liked him. I mean, yeah, I was perfectly ready to say, yep, my math is only as good as all of these assumptions. And by the way, even all of these assumptions, people cannot fit them. Like, just perfectly willing to say, yeah, might be, it might not be. You know, this might be junk, it might be meaningful. You don't get that in a forensic expert very often, so I really appreciated that. But this guy here with the cars stuff, yeah, I'm not finding him very impressive. I'm really not. For stuff this technical, so like the expert this morning, we didn't necessarily understand what she had to say because so much of it was based in this technical language, but that kind of makes it more persuasive, doesn't it? Because it sounds like, well, she's got a really good reason for it. I mean, I'm buying it. I've gotten there. Based on her testimony, I am buying the 2:27 a.m. Google search. It didn't happen. It's just a weird artifact of how the data gets collected and stored. I buy it. This guy, though, he didn't give us any of that. And so the problem is it makes it sound more like he's coming at it at my kind of level, which is just more of a common sense type of level. And everybody at the jury has a common sense type of level too, that they can bring to how do these things happen and what do I expect to see and so forth. Because he hasn't given us real technical stuff. You know, I'm sorry, restating Newton's first law is just not getting technical. You know, defining some terms is really not getting technical. You haven't explained like how you actually do this work of calculating forces and things like that. And I mean, I'm assuming it's because he didn't do any of that. You know, he didn't do any of that. He just thought to himself, well, is there a way that I could sort of visualize this happening? But it's not like he did force calculations to break the taillight, force calculations for what the impact, you know, would be on the body, what the impact of the body would be on the car at the different speeds. How far would you then expect his body to be thrown? Like, none of that. We just got this very vague, well, he got hit and it threw him off to the side like a side swipe, and his arm got busted up by the taillight. Wait, abraded. Or did he say lacerated? Not sure which one we got from him. It got messed up by the taillight, and then and he got flipped around. I mean, that's what we got. That's not technical. So not very impressive from a standpoint of what exactly does the certification get you besides learning what the lingo is and learning how to run some software, you know, learning how to fly a drone and how to stitch together pieces of photographs, how to use this equipment that downloads vehicle data. You know, I haven't seen any kind of explanation of like the basis for how do you rigorously analyze this data. You know, I can look at it and come to conclusions about it. So what are you doing that is special compared to what I can do myself? Really don't know. Steve F., this whole prosecution case is just such a Potemkin village, shaking my head. Newtonian mechanics, Lally. The defense is coming next week to wreck their shit. Yannetti told us, wait for us, you'll be glad you did. I'm looking forward to being glad. So far, we haven't had a lot to be glad about. I mean, we're just waiting. We're just waiting to see, why was this case brought? Why is this woman going through this? Now I do wonder, is she still paying for the car that they tore apart? It's probably still sitting in impound, because for whatever reason, after all of this documentation, the Commonwealth will take the position they still need that car as evidence. Can't release it yet. Why, like you're going to bring it in the courtroom? No, I guess they had to do that. They had to do that jury view. Had to hold it for that. Be rational and nice when in this global sandbox, says 2 signals for her backing out and hitting his car. Yeah, you see that red real clear on the snow underneath her car. Very clear, both taillights are working. Daniel B., isn't he describing her car movements at One Meadows in the morning? This is getting at that data. I'm surprised that there isn't UTC data related to all of these data measurements anyway, because the mileage, it's just not a very helpful, it's not a helpful data point for most people. The technician isn't going to know anything, you know, based off that. And a person trying to recalculate kind of their own movements, they're not thinking, how many miles did I go? I mean, a lot of people wouldn't be able to estimate how many miles they've driven. You know, you could go to the store, go on your errands, go on your circuit, come back home, had absolutely no ability to estimate how many miles you covered. But time, people know where they were and where they were at a specific time. And so it just seems like, yeah, if you're trying to use this for diagnostics to be able to understand some type of problem with a car, wouldn't you want to compare that to the driver's experience, right? If the car is misbehaving, wouldn't you want to like ask the driver, or wouldn't that likely be the reason why the driver would bring it in the first place? Like, I had this experience, the car was doing a weird thing, you know, that's why I brought it into the shop. That's why it needs diagnostics. And there's just no way to do that without a time. You know, people aren't going to be able to get there by mileage. But boy, that reconstruction, right? That reconstruction of how we're saying now that this is the time frame at 34 Fairview, right? So that's all just based on how many miles you take off from the final mileage that it had when they started doing all the testing in the Canton Sallyport garage. Pretty tight little window there. Pretty tight little window. The absolute narrowest, smallest, fastest way that she could go to those specific locations, not including the detour to 34 Fairview at 5:15, whatever, that they were trying just yesterday to suggest that she took. You can't put that in there or it throws your odometer off. They're trying to have everything. They're trying to have every single possible argument here, but they don't all work. You can't fit all these things together. If she went to Fairview, the 36 miles, 36.1, the absolute bare minimum, shortest path, direct route between all of these different places, known places that she went to that morning, is the only possible way you get to When they picked up the car in Dighton, that's when it had that final, and then calculate back to get to Fairview. It's the only way you can possibly get there. Any sort of detour at all, any sort of wrong turn, any sort of anything. And now we're off. Now we're off, and you can't line that up. And yeah, now we're starting to be back at Meadows Ave. She went 1 mile out of her way that morning. At any point in time, looking for John, swung by the Beatties, swung by anywhere. Yeah, now we're off, and now that car is at John's. So, I mean, we did see her do a 3-point turn in the driveway. We definitely did see her do a 3-point turn in the driveway. But then 8-minute pause with no change to the odometer. I mean, if this is in front of Fairview, it still doesn't make sense. It would have her arriving, making a U-turn, sitting there for 8 minutes, and then John gets out and then she hits him. It doesn't work. That's not what Ryan Nagel and everybody else in that car saw. They followed the car in. The car didn't make a U-turn. And John was out of the car. He was out of the car when they drove by. They saw only the passenger in the car with the dome light on, or only the driver in the car with the dome light on. So yeah, this is a limitation of the analysis that they're doing. It's based on assumptions. Garbage in, garbage out. How good are these assumptions? The assumptions of the mileage, the route, etc. John Schoen, he forgot to add the distance to her parents' house, so he is way off target with his estimate of the odometer reading when J.O. was hit. It was the last one in there. It wasn't on, like when they first had it on the screen, you couldn't see it, but then they scrolled and then you were able to see it. So he did include that trip to Dighton in his little Google map, measurement of those distances. Lily Smith, Legal Vices tried to redirect to your stream yesterday, and he said it told him he wasn't allowed to. Y'all should work that out. Love your streams. Thank you. I like Jeff's stream too. I don't know why that is. I don't honestly even know what that means. So don't know what we're doing on our end, if anything, or if it's likely just some default setting. So I'll see if maybe he knows what that's about and how I can fix it. Gary Singer, intentional or accidental pedestrian strike? Yeah, we're still not there, are we? We're still not there. Haven't closed that loop. They just told us that they assumed really that it was intentional. They didn't bother to do the stuff that they would do if it was an accidental, because they had already decided on February 1st when they're doing all this drive testing. They'd already decided it was intentional at that point, which is weird because Karen wasn't originally arraigned on intentional murder, was she? She was arraigned on manslaughter. And then it went to the grand jury, and it wasn't until June that it became murder. It became a murder case. So that was, I don't know. What changed that day? The voicemails? Aruba? I mean, I don't know. Silvermane, car data is rubbish. Key is the engine RPM rather than a throttle title, as this shows engine efficiency out. It's barely using more than a tick over. Yeah, I mean, she wasn't flooring it. She wasn't flooring it, even by their own data. She wasn't flooring it. The RPMs didn't. Yeah, they just, to me, that's not that high. 3,500 is not that high. And in a low gear, like your reverse gear is going to be, it's a low gear. It doesn't seem that high to me. If you're gunning it to the capacity of that vehicle's ability to move, I'm going to expect it to redline. I'm going to expect like 6,000 RPM, 7,000 RPM, something up in there, because you're at the capacity of that engine. Just because. So he's saying it's just like Scary Movie. I have to confess, I haven't seen Scary Movie. Haven't seen it. Silvermane, steering lock to lock is commonly 2 or more full turns. That's 720 degrees turn or more. 4.5 degrees is minor adjustment going straight, snow slip. So that's interesting. The officer was testifying, the crash reconstruction guy here was testifying. I've already blanked out his name. It's been that kind of a day. Mr. Paul, Joe Paul. Trooper Paul here was testifying that it's a 360 degree circle, that's all it is. And so 10% change or something like that wasn't very significant. I don't know. It's it went from 4.5 I think degrees going one way to 4.5 degrees going the other way. And so yes, if that's just in a 365 degree circle, it's half as much, you know, if the full range of the steering wheel is double. So yeah, if 4 degrees is like that on a full circle, it's probably actually less than that. But let's say it's that on a full circle. Then on a partial circle, on like a, you know, having that to account for the wheel turns 2 full times, you know, we're talking about this. Yeah, your cars skid around and slid. They can skid and stuff on the ice. I mean, it happens, definitely. You get a little kick, you get a little back end shimmy, you fishtail. Yeah, you fishtail in the snow. That's what happens. Brian Miller, I feel that it's a mistake that gives Alan Jackson more time to make up questions. Giving him this weekend to plan his attack on this guy who has just pissed him off. It might indeed end up being a mistake. And yeah, just repeat my plea. Please play him those 2 videos. Please show him the taillights. Put the taillight comparison right in his face there. Because you'll need to remind him, you know, your conclusion is based on the condition of the taillight as it was in the Canton Sallyport. And that's reflected in your reconstruction video. But if that was not the condition of the taillight, if it was in fact just cracked, like you testified, it could have been by an accident of a low velocity like this, could crack the taillight. It just couldn't result in the kind of massive damage that you saw in the Canton Sallyport. Well, then let's go ahead and look at this video of that taillight leaving the driveway. And does that look like the same condition it was in the Canton Sallyport? You notice any differences there? But the jury is going to notice those differences. D Brown 83, thank you, Andrea, for your tireless live stream. You are the best commentary channel. You're the sweetest. It's my pleasure. It was, you know, you just gotta roll with the punches sometimes. You never know what's going to happen in trial. Things come up. It can be chaotic. Just because, how was she supposed to have done this on an unplowed, snowy, curved side road forward and backwards after midnight in a cop neighborhood? Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the road was that snowy yet. I think this is part of the issue. It wasn't really that snowy. Everybody's saying it's just starting to stick. And you know, when we watch that library video, yeah, it's a wet road. It's because the road is a heat sink. It's black, it's asphalt, it's connected to the ground. It stays warm, you know, until the air temperature and the, you know, just, it can bring it down, and then the snow will start to stick. But it's wet, no question that it's wet. And if it's just starting to accumulate at that point, well, then there's probably some slushy spots, you know. I don't know how she was supposed to have done this. The curve in the road is a big missing part of this guy's analysis to me, because we can see it for ourselves, and we can see the 60 feet based off your own diagram. It's going to take you into that curve. And so how did you navigate this curve at that speed in reverse in those conditions at night? I mean, sheer luck you didn't hit the curb. Now who's arguing coincidences and luck. Horror Vibe 666. Any Canton officers forget their gun in Karen's car? We'll ask her. I hope she testifies. I really do. I know there's mixed feelings about that, but I really do hope she testifies. Thank a farmer. Did they rule out tires spinning on ice for 24 miles per hour at that distance in reverse? No, they did not. No, they did not. They haven't explained what any of this data means. They are just taking it at face value. And from that, he calculated the distance. He took the velocity and the time, and he calculated the distance. So again, the speed of the car, the speedometer, speedometer measurement that they got from the car, that's coming from the wheels, the movement of the wheels. Like, I don't know exactly where the sensor sits, but it's there in the it's either in the axle, the wheel, or the drivetrain, or somewhere in there. It's just every time the wheel rotates 360 degrees is a full turn, and you've got your standard width of your tire, the diameter of the tire. And so they can calculate exactly from that what the distance is every time your car turns, and the speed your car would be going at that rate of it turning. So that's all it's measuring. No, they haven't ruled any of that out. Intergalactic Pro, how many drinks did he have before the test? 4 or 9? Yeah, if we're trying to recreate the circumstances, that's the whole other piece in it, right? Karen Reed has to be the most functional alcoholic that has ever alcoholicked to pull all of this off. Nobody saw anything wrong with her whatsoever. She drove perfectly fine over here to Fairview. She got this thing, around the curve at the high speed, found him, hit him. Where is he anyway, by the way? Is he in the street? I don't know. I don't know, because we didn't get any mechanics here. We didn't get any kind of calculation like that. The force of her acting on him at this speed, you can calculate that. What distance would he have been thrown? You can calculate it at different angles of incidence. If she hit him straight on, it would have been this. If she hit him at a slight angle, it would have been that. You can calculate all that out. We didn't get any of that. So we don't know where he was standing when she did this. Is he right up? If he's right up on the curb, yet she didn't hit the curb. No, we can't buy that. So he has to be out in the street for any of this to work, even under, the most alcoholic, most functional alcoholic that ever alcoholicked kind of scenario. Stephanie H. This is just so painstaking. It's excruciating. I find it difficult to tolerate. I find it frustrating, because I feel like you think I'm dumb. I feel like they think I'm dumb. That if you throw charts at me and make it look fancy, but you don't tell me what anything it means, I'm just gonna go ahead and buy into it, because, well, you put it on a chart. And you used big words. You know Newton's first law. I mean, kids in high school learn Newton's first law. Nick Trumer, this is gonna help the D. Over the weekend, they can certainly debunk all the data and call that guy's bullshit out. They are doing this in the light and great weather. Nobody is believing this shit. Yeah, it might be a miscalculation to give him the time to work on this one. Now, I don't know if it was going to be feasible, just given where we're at today. Even at Lally pace, would we be done with Cross? Say Lally could have cut an hour off of this. Maybe he could have. Maybe he could have cut an hour off. I don't know that would be enough for Cross. I really don't, because they've got their own stuff. Like the previous comment pointed out, if they had the Google search, they could highlight that, right? They could preview it. Wouldn't Google be a better source of data for Google search information? You plant that seed, and then you go ahead and let it grow during your case in chief. So they can be doing a lot of that type of stuff with this guy, with this analysis. That is very, very feasible to be part of their cross, because they're just kind of pre-confronting him with the stuff he got wrong, the stuff he can't explain, the stuff he doesn't get, you just rub his nose all over in it and then bring those guys in, to go ahead and substantiate it. So I'm not sure Lally could have avoided him having the weekend to work on it anyway. Just really not sure. But yeah, I don't know that it's really going to help. I think the mistake was pissing Jackson off with this new little opinion, this new little theory about, oh no, it couldn't have broken the taillight. You pissed him off. Now he's coming at you. Theory neutral. Thanks, Andrea, for providing color and expertise. In this case, I think we can all see the wheel moved, though we may have forgotten why it matters. It's right there in front of our eyes. I'm so tired of the gaslighting in this case. We can see for ourselves. And they're still going to sit there and tell us, no, it didn't move. I didn't see it move. Here she is on video, dropping shot glass into her glass. Where? Where? What X-ray vision do you have to see through her body where that would be happening as you're describing it right now? It's just next level, and the arrogance of that is what bothers me so much about it. Because yeah, they're just assuming because they say it, we're all going to buy it. That's what they're assuming. Horror Vibe 666. Bumpers hit people too. What about John? Yeah, is he the scratches now? The scratches are consistent with her doing this low speed impact into another 7,000 pound vehicle. The scratches on the bumper, he says, are potentially consistent with that. Well, are they consistent with whacking a guy while you're reversed at 24 some miles an hour, a high speed impact like that? Doesn't have anything to say about that, does he? Tin Cat, lots of mights and probablys. Yeah, they have to qualify it, right? Because you can't, this stuff is just, it's not solid. It's not definitive. They have to qualify it. Jane H. So John's damage would have been at 15 inches. It would have been at, what did he say? 42 to 50, 50, I think. 42 to 50 inches. Is that where the bumper was? No, that's where the tail light was. That's where her tail light was. So his bumper is well below that. Her bumper is well below that. And that would have been, yeah, in the early part of her testimony where he was taking those measurements. Let me see if I got it. Let me just see if I got it in my notes. Bumper scratches were 27 to 28 inches from the ground. So that was on the bumper. So I didn't write down if he gave us a measurement of where the bumper actually was. The scratch is on the bumper, 27 to 28 inches from the ground. So that's how high. I mean, the bumper's there if the bumper is scratched there. So a little over 2 feet, off the ground on a 6-foot guy. Yeah, we're talking knee, mid-thigh, something like that. That's where he should have been hit. It's pretty far down there. Don't know how that's happening without him having any injury there. Really don't know. Horror Vibe 666. At the supermarket, open a door. This is my analogy. Yeah, exactly what I'm using. Yes, people do that all the time, right? You get out of your car. Oops, they were a little closer than you thought. And a lot of times all that happens, even if you do have some damage, is a little paint transfer. You lose a little paint off your car. It ends up on the other person's car. It's easy to go in and buff that out. Very easy to go in and buff that out. It's only if you scratch into like the, into the paint down to the metal, then you got a big problem. But barring that, it's pretty easy to fix most of that type of damage. Theory neutral. Does anyone really believe the jury isn't watching trial coverage? I mean, I want to believe, I really do. I want to believe that jurors are following the rules, doing what they're told, keeping it clean. But I'm not naive. I'm not naive. I know that might be a bit much to expect. It's just a difference in attitude between, some folks do the right thing because it's the right thing, and some people do the right thing because they're afraid they'll be caught if they don't. If they don't think they'll be caught, then there's no motivation to do the right thing, and they'll do what they want. So if they think they won't get caught, and how are they being caught? It's an honor system. It's an honor system. So hard to take that on faith, definitely is. But I'm very curious, haven't looked yet, to see if we get to find out anything about why that juror got excused. James Casatelli, I'm really starting to question AJ's style. He comes across as arguing just to argue sometimes. He didn't need to come so hard here. I think this was when they were doing the voir dire of the witness. He was just mad. I think he was just mad. He let it get the better of him. He leaned into it. It's voir dire, you kind of already know the judge is going to be looking at you skeptically because she just has, you've gotten a feel for this trial, so is it going to hurt you to go ahead and give in to your feelings a little bit? Go ahead and lean into him and let this guy know what trash you think he is. I mean, like she said, it's not in front of the jury, so it's not like he runs the risk of offending the jury, being too mean with somebody who doesn't deserve it. But it is a risk when you're emotional in your presentation, because you have to hope that the jury is mirroring your emotions. If you're displaying emotions that are really out of alignment with the emotions the jurors are feeling, they're going to feel very disconnected from you. They're not going to get it. And that's not where you want to be as a trial lawyer. So that's why, from my perspective, yeah, it's better to be cold and clinical. Be like ice. Be like ice. Just the facts. The facts themselves can be very, very devastating. Sue B. Sue 73. Thanks for all you do. I love me some Jackson. I mean, I didn't hate it. I really didn't. I didn't hate it. I don't mind seeing people get fired up when, I understand why he was. I understand. Yeah, this is ambush. And yeah, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is you pulling some opinion out of thin air. And by the way, in all of your stuff about your training and experience, I kept waiting to hear, what's your education? What's your educational background? Do you have an associate's in criminal justice? I mean, what is your basis for having this type of opinion, really? Come on. I've seen some accidents, so therefore I understand how all accidents happen and the capacity for accidents to leave damage and cause injuries and so forth. No. We certainly have not gotten any demonstration of that you understand how to do that kind of work. So I understand, I really do, why he's annoyed. This is the Commonwealth trying to put their thumb on the scale, trying to get in a cheap shot. They're trying to get in a cheap shot here. And yeah, he resents it, and I don't blame him. John Scott, I'm behind. This trooper overcorrects a lot in R. He might. Not sure I know what that means in R. I'm thinking of A and B. I'm like, are we talking about those data tables? No, those were A and B. I agree there are problems with this trooper. The squid. Come on, Mr. Lally. If you get to complain about impeachment evidence and lay discovery, the defense gets to play the same games. Yeah, I mean, again, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. This is the deal with having standards, is that you need to apply them equally across the board. And so if you're going to complain about the defense's expert discovery, you better have pretty clean hands when it comes to your own. And this is dirty. This is a dirty trick. Really no question about that to me. Cargo pilot guy, Bev's husband must think Karen is hot. Is she married to a trooper? I don't know anything about her husband. Rube, why does she need video for the weekend? Her opinion on whether it moved or not has no bearing on violation. I don't know why she needs to see all this. It doesn't matter. The question really should be just, is he qualified to offer an opinion about any of this? If her opinion is as good as his, then we don't need an expert to give us an opinion about it. The jury can reach that conclusion themselves. The reason you have experts is because they have specialized or technical knowledge that is outside the experience of the average layperson, like the juror. So if you can figure this out by looking at the video yourself, then yeah, you don't need an expert to testify to anything. I don't know. I don't know why it matters. To me, I don't know why she needs to think about this one. It's clear Rule 14 problem. It's clear. Very clear problem. Mandatory disclosure. You gotta reveal the opinion. You gotta disclose the opinion by the pretrial conference. And this isn't a situation where, oh, the defense brought something out at trial that surprised you and you had to respond to. No, you did it. You did it in your prep. You did it in your witness prep. You set it up yourself and you brought it out in your direct, you're bringing it out in your direct examination. I could see a scenario where she could say, well, I'm not going to let him do it right now, but I'll let Mr. Lally call him back in rebuttal. If the defense experts testify, yes, this could have cracked the taillight. They could call him back in rebuttal. I'd love to see that. I would honestly love to see that because these PhD guys, okay, yeah, they're going to know. They're going to know, like, what's the fracture point for this plastic and what kind of force and, how are the forces going to act with this type of movement, the speed, yada, yada. They're going to have that technically done. And then what's this guy going to do? Come in, well, I don't think it could. I've seen a lot of car accidents at 1 to 2 miles an hour. I mean, yeah, I'm with Mr. Jackson on that one. No, nobody calls out the Massachusetts State Police for 1 to 2 mile an hour impacts. Those are the ones that you shake your hand, you look at each other, okay, everything's okay. Well, minor damage, it'll buff out, whatever. Maybe you exchange your insurance if there's some minor damage, and that's it. That's it. Nobody's doing a report on this. Come on. And then he tried to change that. He's trying to dance around. I mean, that's the big tell for me. He wants so badly to be able to get this opinion out there. And so he gets defensive with that obvious type of stuff. Well, but I've investigated low speed pedestrian impacts. Well, that's not what this is it? That doesn't have anything to do with this, does it? Because a 220 pound man, the forces are quite different than a 7,000 pound car, a 3.5 ton vehicle. A little bit of a different situation. Lots of pockets. Who moved and possibly cleaned John O'Keefe's car and possibly destroyed trace evidence? Assume the family had the car. Certainly moved the car. Could they have polished up the car? Yeah. I mean, it wasn't water spotted. It had been sitting out there in the snow in the driveway. Normally expect it to be water spotted if it's just, melted off. So somebody did a nice wipe down with the rag on that car. You maybe buff out a little bit. Maybe. But, again, I'm just not convinced that there's a big problem here with an impact that breaks her taillight that causes no damage to his vehicle because I done it. I've been done it. Just did it like a month ago. McRae, did this guy have any data on the backup beepers? I don't think so. Not that he mentioned anyway. He's just verifying that they worked. And so the conclusion we are to draw from that is that they would have worked during this accident. And therefore they would have alerted her and she would have ignored them in order to hit John. That's their proof of intent right there. Bryce Jones, I'm annoyed how the defendant starts in every question, what if any? Yeah, Mr. Jackson, could you lay off with that? Could you lay off with the what with any, Mr. Jackson? I'll be expecting that next. Franz Marks, bravo for your clear-minded and understandable analysis. Well, thank you. Thank you. I try to do what I can to speak to understand and not speak to obfuscate. Try not to be a big bullshitter. Doesn't really get you anywhere. And you know what? People spot that. People can tell when that's what you're doing. Deviline Stone, I haven't followed LawTube since Depp v. Heard, but as a Massachusetts resident, it was a matter of time until this case pissed me off enough to watch. So happy you're covering it. Thank you for your stellar analysis. Well, thank you. I'm glad you joined us. Good to see you again. I remember Deviline from Twitter back in the old Depp v. Heard days. Yep. If you're in Massachusetts, I guess it was just a matter of time. I hope it wasn't, was it Trooper Proctor that brought you here? In a way, I hope it was. I hope a lot of people are outraged about Trooper Proctor. WM Penguin, I volunteer to get booped by a car to test anyone's theories as long as we can skip Lally's questioning. Also, YouTube doesn't like hit. YouTube doesn't like a lot of things, you know. YouTube's gonna do what YouTube does. We did get demonetized, by the way, for the Trooper Proctor stream. Really not surprising. Too much of the C word out there. I can't even say it now. I gotta say C word, or we'll get demonetized, which is always hilarious to me because they just say, oh, it's not suitable for ads. Do you think it stops them from running ads? Oh no, they still run ads all over that thing. They just decide they're not going to share any of it. They're going to keep it all for themselves. Yeah. Good old YouTube. But I don't really want you to get booped by a car. I don't think getting booped by a car at 24 miles an hour in reverse sounds like a good strategy for your health. But nice of you to offer. Dude McGuy, state wants you to believe a taillight can't crack from a collision, but a taillight piece in an evidence bag is so fragile it's breaking just from being handled. Great catch. Great catch. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that was Tully's explanation. That's where the missing piece of red plastic came from in that evidence bag that wasn't accounted for. It might have just broken off one of the other ones. Well, was it a match? Was it one of the ones that she was able to match up? I didn't see a tag on it. I didn't see a tag on it suggesting it was. But yeah, that's pretty funny. Pretty funny, because we did nothing with these evidence pieces but just, you know, bag them and secure them in evidence. Of course, what happened at the lab, you know, can't account for that. Don't know what they might have done. Oh. Just the nerve of these guys. Great catch on this one. Yeah, couldn't have broken by getting hit by a 77,000-pound car, but a guy handling it, sending it through UPS, whatever, that's enough. John Beattybot, was there time date on ACV table data? No, there was not. No, there was not. All we had was the odometer. That's why you had to go back and try to do that calculation to say this is when we were at 34 Fairview, because we got to reverse engineer that. We got to take away all the miles that she traveled the following day until they got a hold of her car in Dighton. We got to take all those off, and then that'll tell us, you know, when we how that lines up when that data occurred, that triggering event occurred at that mileage. That's why they had to go through that whole song and dance. And that's why, you know, it's another garbage in, garbage out scenario. How good are their assumptions? When they're trying to sell us competing theories here, okay, that the data is from 34 Fairview because she took the shortest route to John's, to the waterfall, to Jen McCabe's house, to John's, and then to Dighton. Took the shortest routes on all of those. That's the only way the odometer can fit. And yet at the same time, you're trying to sell me that she took an early morning trip over to 34 Fairview to try to explain, like, oh, she knew John was there or something. It's just a big problem. Genty7, no curb. No curb. I don't know how she would have done that without hitting the curb. Shy Gal 8. I appreciate you, Andrea. However, Lolly lost me at the 278th butt dial and missing and inverted videos. They could have a smoking gun at this point and I would question it. Such a disgrace. It's true. I mean, I don't want to discount everybody and everything on the basis of the bad eggs, but I can't blame anybody who does. Who says, yeah, I have absolutely no faith that they didn't just make numbers, pull numbers up out of the air and stick them on these data tables and try to tell us it means something. I could understand why people would think that, you know, and why people wouldn't be inclined to trust it until it's verified. They've given us all kinds of reasons to be very skeptical of their takes on things, their presentation of evidence. The inverted video was so bad. That was so bad. I mean, what an own goal. What an own goal to not mention that. I cannot imagine that set well with the jury. I cannot imagine that set well with the jury. Heisenberg, she knew the exact pattern to reverse without touching his car. However, when it was time to leave that morning, she had to get very close on camera. Well, that doesn't explain the car moving, does it? Does it? And I mean, when I hit my husband's car in the driveway and broke my taillight, you know how that happened? It's because he was parked slightly different than he normally does. Just enough that his car is protruding out to where my car normally goes straight out down the driveway. And it was right there in the way. So no, I don't know that John's car is in exactly the same place it always is. I don't know that she isn't. She's freaking panicked anyway. It doesn't change the fact the car moved. We all saw the car move. Nunzio, the part 107 he mentions for drone flying has nothing to do with drone operation rather than FAA rules. Yeah, isn't that the CFR? Something like that. It's the FAA regulations for flying a drone. It's not technical stuff. Just again, kind of inflating what he knows and what he's able to do, make it sound technical by you know, using code descriptions. Tully did the same thing, right? Well, under this statute, it's Massachusetts has exclusive jurisdiction over the death investigation. We don't care. I don't care that you're able to spit out a statute. It doesn't make you truthful and it doesn't make you believable. Kitten Moose became a YouTube member. Welcome, Kitten Moose. Welcome to the crew. Genty 7, there is no curb sneaker against plowed snow. No curb sneaker against plowed snow. I found the whole orientation of all of that a bit confusing because it looked like they're describing a snowbank. A snowbank to me is where the plow has been. It looks like that's what they're digging through. They're digging through compacted snow, but it's hard to tell since they didn't document their process. How hard would it have been for just one of these guys to turn on their freaking body cam and record what's happening so that we can see, is this fresh snow that you're digging in? Is this compacted snow that you're then turning over? Are you turning snow over with your shovels and causing it to be compacted? And that's why these photos look the way they do? I don't know, because you didn't document any of that. And so the sneaker is particularly confusing because they suggest, okay, we just dug it out, but it's right up here at the edge of the curb. It's where if the plow has come through and you know, the plow has created that snowbank, like this is where you would expect to be, like right under the snowbank, but it looks like there's fresh snow right next to that shoe. Was it still snowing while they're doing the search? I don't know. Just not very good documentation of their process. McCrae, I'm behind, but is he suggesting John's arm broke the taillight? Yeah, I think he is, maybe. I mean, he's definitely suggesting that the taillight abraded John's arm, caused those scratches. Definitely his explanation for how his arm got injured the way that it did. And yet, seems like the medical examiner didn't agree with that. Seems like she didn't agree with that. Susie Thompson with just a super chat. Thank you so much. Charles Argo, if you crack plastic, its tensile strength goes. I watch every night from South Africa and I saw the wheel move. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, plastic is different from metal. All these materials have different properties. Material science is a whole thing. It's a whole field. It's something I would think you would want to know about for accident reconstruction, right? Because you're dealing with a lot of different materials. Kind of expect we're going to hear some of that from the defense, but we'll see. Michelle, pregnant women can buy an at-home blood test that will detect the baby's gender after week 6 to 8. If male DNA detected, it's a boy. DNA means little to me, too many variables. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I know anything about those tests. I don't know how they would test for male DNA. An at-home blood test, like you stick yourself or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'd be interested in just the mechanism, how a test like that works. I don't know how reliable a test like that would be. Yes, I definitely believe you can distinguish male DNA from female DNA pretty reliably. Just part of being a sexually dimorphic species. One of us has a Y chromosome and one of us does not. Yes, I know about all the intermediate conditions that have nothing to do with the reproductive function. Does not make us not sexually dimorphic. Tin Cat, Lally admitted he should have disclosed, done deal. It should be. I don't know why the judge is needing to think about this over the weekend. It should be cut and dry. Yes, he should have disclosed it. He should have disclosed it by the timeline. And at the very least, if he didn't disclose it by the timeline, he should have disclosed it at the very moment that he knew that opinion existed and that he intended to use it at trial. He didn't just decide spur of the moment while this guy is on the stand, oh, I think I'm going to go ahead and use that opinion he gave me back at that pretrial hearing, back at that prep session. No. No, of course not. That's why they had the prep session, to be able to ask him about that. So they developed the theory back then well in advance and kept it to themselves. Yeah, should not be doing that. Charles Argo, did you notice that even John's car has a clean tailpipe inside? You are one of the few Americans with common sense. I didn't notice, but I'll have to go back and look. Yeah, clean tailpipe inside. It's definitely been wiped down, like no question. No question. Very, very sooty and gross on the inside of a tailpipe. The Squid. If her SUV is new enough, it will have an auto braking feature to prevent low-speed impacts that would have to be manually turned off. Most people don't want to mess with those settings. They haven't said anything about a feature like that. If it's got that kind of safety feature, I would expect them to talk about it. We haven't heard anything about it. Sparkly Rabbit 444 with a super chat. Thank you so much. Genty 7. I live in Canton. The street does not have a curb. Oh, you're saying 34 Fairview doesn't have a curb? I mean, it looks like it does in those photos. It's not like conventionally what I would consider a curb. Curbs around here are not, you would not have asphalt. It would be concrete. There would be concrete curbing. It is kind of hard to see in those photos though. But it looked like there was something there. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at some more of those photos. Sparkly Rabbit 444 with another super chat. Thank you so much. Cranky. It wasn't a crash. It was a bump. Mr. Paul has no experience with bumps. They need an insurance adjuster to testify. I bet it happens all the time like you. Yeah. An insurance adjuster, that's a good call. I bet it does. I'll bet they have that type of information all the time. Low speed impacts that cause a little bit of amount of damage, but it does not take much body damage to get extremely expensive. So if you got a low deductible, got $1,000 deductible on your collision insurance, yeah, I mean, insurance is maybe going to have to pay for some of that, even for just a small ding, like just to pop a dent. It can be ridiculously expensive. It's crazy, the body work. I like that. I like that idea. Get the insurance adjuster. I think it was a very good point too that Mr. Lally made. Yeah, this is not his experience. These low impact crashes that cause, crash, here I am using it. These low impact collisions that cause nearly no damage. Of course they don't get called out to investigate that. It's not a death, and it's not the type of accident that would require police to be involved. It just wouldn't happen. Full day on Monday, guys. Full day on Monday. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for this guy's cross. This is going to be quite juicy. Quite juicy. Because we know it's prepared. It's not uncommon for the defense expert to sit through the testimony of the Commonwealth's expert and vice versa. Because that's part of what they do, is they're responding to what's out there, what's put out there. What is your case? I don't know if they've been in the courtroom or not. Haven't seen anything about it. Haven't said, they haven't said anything about it. But that would be kind of normal, I think. I'd be interested to know if that's happening in this case. McGee says obvious dent on the traverse rear on passenger tailgate side at the tail light height. I didn't see an obvious dent, but I found the photographs a little bit hard to see. Just because of the shadowing, and I think the projection is not helping that. Us looking at it from the camera, looking at a projection, is making it a little bit hard to see. So I'll go back and look at those and see if I can see any kind of dent, but I definitely didn't notice anything myself on first glance. Jason Sorensen, Jackson is human. He is tired of Lally tactics, tired of him dragging it out, and the judge not allowing him to ask leading questions. He had a moment. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not just he's a human, he's a warrior. Right? He's here to win. He's not just here to show up and punch the clock and what will be with his client. No, he's there to fight. And so when they don't fight fair, when they drop the cheap shots, yeah, that gets really frustrating. That gets really frustrating, because that's not an honorable win. It's not a fair process. You're not getting a chance at a fair fight if they're using some cheap tricks. So I don't blame him at all. I understand completely why he's getting frustrated. Yeah, I agree. I think he had a moment. He got pissed. And he went ahead and went with it. Did it do damage? I don't really think so. To who? To the judge? The judge already has her opinion of these guys. There's nothing that happened today that is going to move the judge, anywhere on either of these people. So I'm hoping they will let us know on Monday. I'm assuming we're going to get to see the voir dire on Tuesday. We should. Of course, we've seen all these voir dires so far. They've been available. They are public record. Don't know why we wouldn't get to see them. It's part of the discovery motion litigation. So I assume that we will, which means that we'll have full days Monday and Tuesday. Just to revisit that schedule, then we'll have Wednesday off. Wednesday's a federal holiday. What federal holiday? Oh, it's June. Is it Juneteenth? Is it Juneteenth is the federal holiday? I forget, because I'm not used to that one. So no court on Wednesday, then back on Thursday for a full day and a half day on Friday. Getting close to the end of the Commonwealth's case here, guys. They better bring it. They better bring it. Sky is a neighborhood wants to know, why do you think they haven't called Emmy yet? I'm going back and forth between they're trying to delay the inevitable, and they think it's going to be better than it is. So just saving it for last, or like trying to put all of this technical kind of stuff together at the same time. The proving that this was a car accident, they're just doing that all at once. And for whatever reason, they're deciding to do it last. So it makes sense from that structurally, speaking, if that's their thought process, that you would call the ME at the same time that you're calling the accident reconstructionists and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, maybe they think this is a strong point for them. Maybe they think the ME is going to be good for them. I don't know. I mean, I understand did she make a public statement or something that he definitely wasn't beat up? I mean, maybe she will be. Maybe she will be very favorable. Maybe she'll back off the undetermined. Maybe she'll give an explanation for why she made it undetermined. I don't know what she's going to say. So just a lot of possibilities there. Michelle, look up sneak peek gender test. The woman sends a blood vial in, but the instructions are very clear. You have to be in a sterile environment because your partner's random DNA in the house could skew tests. Well, that makes sense. Who's got a sterile environment in their house? Right? Who cleans their house to that level? My mother does. My mother does. I don't. I'm not messy or anything at all. I'm very clean here, but I'm not obsessed about, the windows are one of my least favorite. I hate doing the windows. I'm not obsessed about the floors. The floors are one of those things. You just got to constantly be doing them, so I'm not going to do it every day. Whatever. I'll just do it when it gets, when I can see dog hair on it or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll go do it. How many people have a sterile environment in their house? But thank you for that. I will go ahead and look that up. I am. I'm interested in how that works. I'm trying to think of how the woman's blood. I mean, obviously, I know there's a blood, level connection with the fetus through the placenta, but just trying to figure out how that would work from a test standpoint. It just kind of goes to show what, the genetic technology, man, it's been exponential. The improvements on it, the growth on it, the things they can do now that they were just an absolute pipe dream 10 years ago. And it's, like I've said, it's kind of a double-edged sword there. We're so good at finding it that we're finding more than is really helpful. We're finding more than we want to know. We want to know the big stuff, but we're so good at detecting the trace stuff and not so good at being able to explain it all and break it all down and everything. All right, guys, it's time to get out of here. It has been a long day. I'm going to go see if I can find out what happened with that juror. Don't know if somebody's reported it or not yet, but see what I can find out. And we'll plan on being back on Monday, full day. So I'll be here at 5:45. Didn't hear anything about starting early. So we'll see. But yeah, looking forward to this cross, and we're getting down to the final pieces. We're going to hear that medical examiner soon. We're going to hear her soon. It makes sense for her to be the next witness. And then the Commonwealth finishes with Guarino. That does make a lot of sense. So I'm hoping we'll get a lot of those questions answered on Monday. And we'll get to see, yeah, what is the proof that she hit him with the car? Because so far it's not great. Just not great. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for, finding your way back after the whole issue with the stream this morning and the getting cut off and all of that, the scrambling to figure out what was going to happen. So thank you for sticking with me, your persistence in making sure that you got back here. Those of you who join me from you'd normally be with Alita's stream, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hope she has a great trip. And looking forward to her recaps when she gets a chance to upload those again. So enjoy yourselves a weekend. I'm going to get some rest. I'm going to get some sleep. I actually woke up, guys, I woke up early today. That's part of why I didn't have to take such a long lunch break, because I already got up and dealt with my trees and got the chickens water and everything. I woke up early. I woke up at 4:45. Unbelievable. I don't know how this happens anymore, but I don't want that to happen tomorrow. I want to go ahead and want to go ahead and sleep in, go get my Saturday boxing on, and just have some nice time off. Of course, some good Phillies baseball. We're gonna get back on track, guys. Okay, Boston, you got yours. You got yours. You got me. You can have it. You know, we do have something in common, you know, us Phillies fans and us Boston's fans, and it's the Clemens name now. We got Cody Clemens on our roster now, son of one of my favorites growing up, the Rocket, Roger Clemens, like one of the best pitchers ever in Major League Baseball. Realize he's kind of controversial now, but oh man, what a pitcher to watch. He was just unbelievable, so scary. So scary. So looking forward to that, guys, and get some rest, get relaxed, enjoy your time off. We'll be back at the grinds on Monday. We're going to see this thing through. Let's get it done. Let's get to the finish line. Thank you so much again, guys. We'll see you soon.